All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the September 20th, 2023 meeting of the Santa Monica Planning Commission. We're going to begin with a Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Hamilton, will you please do the honors?
Right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, can we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Fresco.
Here.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Here.
Commissioner Lambert.
Here.
Commissioner Landris.
Here.
Vice Chair Raskin.
Here.
Commissioner Tolkien.
Here.
Chairperson Reese.
And with that, we'll proceed to the Planning Director's report.
Good evening, Commission. Nice to see you all tonight. Looking at your upcoming agenda, so October 4th, that meeting is canceled. October 18th, we will have a couple of items, 2600 Wilshire Boulevard. That's a vesting tentative map for a project that is going through the administrative approval process currently. And then 3440 Ocean Park Boulevard, that's the Dog People activation at the Santa Monica Business Park. It's currently operating under a temporary use permit, and this is to make it a permanent use. So we will be presenting that to the commission. Also wanted to mention some activity on some recent activity on housing projects. So Monday night, the Architecture Review Board reviewed 3 projects. These were preliminary review that's required before we issue the administrative approval. So one was the Gelson's project at 2601 Lincoln. Another one was the one at the former Home Savings Building at Wilshire and 26th. And then also 407 Colorado, which is the northeast corner of Colorado and 4th, where Bank of the West used to be. So 4 pretty significant projects moving through the process again. Now we'll work on the administrative approval, and then they'll go back to ARB for final review. Some recent city council action. So on August 22nd, there was a second reading of the IZO to promote economic recovery for downtown and the promenade area. Also a second reading of an ordinance, local incentives for certain housing projects. This was related to the Builders Remedy projects. And then upcoming at council on September 26th, second reading of the property and vacant property standards, property maintenance and vacant property standards ordinance. And then also an extension of the IZO that's promoting economic recovery for downtown and the promenade. And then on October 10th, we have the first reading of a IZO to allow the 2 existing medical cannabis retailers to convert to adult use, recreational cannabis. That's at the direction of City Council. So that's the first step in our implementation of the citywide cannabis program. So this will allow the 2 previously approved to convert, and then we will go back to council with an ordinance that will establish standards for cannabis operations in other parts of the city. And then, let's see what else. And then just a final map, 2002 21st Street final map. And that's it.
Great, I see Commissioner Lambert has a question.
When is the first annual performance report on our RENA goal performance due at the state?
We're typically reporting in April.
April of next year. So that covers basically the first 3 years of the housing element?
We had a report that we submitted this past April, and we'll be doing another report, annual progress report in the spring.
Interesting. So you've already done one?
Correct.
Could we get a copy of that? That would be interesting to see.
Yes.
Great, thank you. The other question I have is, I know that the council had agendized for the other night an affordable housing town hall workshop, whatever, and that got pulled. Do you have any idea when that's going to be? Did they mention that?
We don't have a date yet. We're working on the technology because if you recall, they wanted it to be a hybrid meeting, and so we're working on how to do that. There'll be really 2 things we're doing. One is we'll be preparing a memo or information item, not sure exactly what the format will be, but something that describes exactly what the program entails, and then we'll be following up that with the workshop. And we'll definitely let you know when that's going to be.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Anyone else? Great. Seeing no other takers, we're going to move on to Planning Commissioner announcements. And before I turn to my colleagues, I'm going to make two brief announcements. First, I'm going to announce the public comment procedures. Requests to speak on an agenda item must be submitted on a speaker's request form. Those are those little paper slips, and submitted to the commission secretary. All requests to address the commission on public hearing items must be submitted prior to the commission's consideration of the item. And second, I realize if you're watching on CityTV, you won't see this, but we're only broadcasting on YouTube tonight. That being said, do any of my colleagues have any announcements? Go ahead, Commissioner Hamilton.
Yes, I do. I have a very short, quick announcement. I just wanted to talk about a project that I had the pleasure of visiting in the city of Palo Alto last month. And it was for a groundbreaking for 110 units of affordable housing in downtown Palo Alto, less than a 10-minute walk from Stanford. And what's unique about this is that this is affordable housing for educators. And so the financing for this project was really unique because it didn't use any of the traditional tax credit equity sources that you typically see in affordable housing. So that allowed them to increase the allowable income of the residents who are living in that unit. So the land was a former County of Santa Clara office building, which was donated to the project. The County of Santa Clara had very strong supervisor support. They gave a large contribution to the development. They also, interestingly enough, had a significant contribution from a social media company based in Silicon Valley. And then the Palo Alto School District and two adjoining school districts also contributed. And it was a partnership between two really well-regarded nonprofit affordable housing developers. And this project, when it's completed, will provide affordability to a range of different income levels. But what's interesting, it will go all the way up to 140% AMI, which allows for teachers employed in these school districts to live in the heart of downtown Palo Alto. Right now, they're driving in from All Point all the way down into Tracy and some places like that. So I'm only talking about it here because I think it's a really interesting model for us to consider. We have a lot of the same characteristics as Palo Alto. We're high income, high land value community, not a lot of available land to develop. And I'm certain that we have teachers in our school districts who are struggling to find affordable housing anywhere nearby. And there were a number of teachers that spoke at this event, and they just talked about the quality of life change that they hope to see to be able to not only teach, but also care for family members and not have to commute long distances. So, I found it to be really novel. I haven't seen a lot of these projects. There's a couple in the pipeline that I'm aware of, but I thought it was worthy of comment.
Commissioner Lambert.
Thank you for sharing it with us. That's really exciting. LAUSD has actually done a couple projects, I think.
Okay.
But the question I've always had, and it seems like it's been resolved, is whether or not, if you use any public money, there are fair housing issues with giving preference to people based on their employment.
Yeah, that's a great
Let's
question.
not delve into a discussion about this.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I appreciate you.
Chatting. Okay.
Absolutely, absolutely. But thank you, Commissioner Hamilton, for bringing that up. All right, anyone else have any announcements? Seeing none, we're going to move on to public input. Do we have anyone who wants to address us on matters that are not on the agenda? Yep. All right, seeing none, we're going to move on to our consent calendar. Let's begin with any ex parte disclosures anyone has regarding any of the consent calendar items. Seeing no other takers, I will disclose with respect to item 7A that my law firm and I represented a client that was adverse to Sequoia Capital in a bankruptcy proceeding in the Northern District of California in case number 23-30109-HLB. That case was dismissed on August 28th, 2023, and that fact will not affect my ability to act impartially with respect to this item. All right, that being said, do any of my colleagues want to pull any consent calendar items? All right, seeing no takers, I believe that we should now, do we take public comment now on this item?
We have two requests to speak on item 7B, so staff would recommend we go ahead and pull that item off of consent. This commission can move the remainder of the calendar.
Okay.
Can't we hear comment on the consent calendar and then decide after we hear the comment?
If that's the case, then we can take public comment on the consent calendar. We would need to take each item up individually.
So I'm sorry, you said we would have to, or we would not have to take each item up individually?
So if I understand the question, you would like to take comment on the whole consent calendar as a whole first. So your rules of order specify that if a comment is received that is an objection, then something does get pulled. So it complicates matters a bit, because if you were to hear that, then the item does get pulled, and then the hearing becomes a little bit confusing because the public has not commented, after the staff report is heard and all of that sort of thing. So that's kind of where it gets complicated. So if you do get public comment, we're recommending that you pull just that item, move the remainder of the consent calendar, and then just take public comment on the pulled item, and you can do the staff report however you'd like. You can
Or we could
waive
put it-
staff report.
Could we not put it back on the consent calendar? I mean, I don't know if we have public comment. You're just saying if it's in opposition, then we have to pull it.
That's
but
what
if
your
it's in
rules of order
support,
specify, I
Let's
guess.
go ahead. I'm going to make a motion that we pull item 7B and
Second that.
consider the rest, items 7A and 7C first, and then proceed to item 7B. Do I have a second?
Yeah.
Great. Can we do this by voice vote?
Yeah.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? I'm in favor. Seeing no opposition, no abstentions, let's proceed then to consider items 7A and 7C, the remainder of the consent calendar. Do I have a motion to approve the remainder of the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Can we do this by voice vote?
No, we're going to do roll call.
Okay.
Commissioner Fresco.
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert.
Yes.
Commissioner Landris.
Yes.
Vice Chair Raskin.
Yes.
Commissioner Tolkien.
Yes.
Great. Items 7A and 7C are approved. We'll now go to item 7B. Would it be proper to make a motion to waive a staff report for this item, or should we hear public comment first?
Let's hear the public comment. We don't know if it's for or against.
All right, let's go ahead and hear public comment on this item. The first name I've got is James, forgive me, I can't make out the last name. Charmet. And followed by R. Anthony Lewis.
Good evening. My name is James Charmat. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you. I am a resident of 3005 Main Street, the 82-unit residence on which the restaurant Via Veneto is located. Via Veneto has requested a full-service liquor license for the prior location of Sumico, which is 3007 Main Street. And in the Planning Commission report, it says here that the location is to be on both the street location and in the patio area, which has been developed since COVID-19 has taken our place. We live in apartment 202, and we took a picture of, it's on the back of your planning commission report, from our kitchen window, and it looks out over the patio area. The liquor license is being requested to go out till 2 a.m. in the morning, and at present, the restaurant closes down at 10 o'clock, and I can tell you, it's usually pretty loud out there until around 11 p.m., because they have birthday parties, and everybody wants to sing happy birthday really loudly after they've had 7 or 8 bottles of wine. A full liquor license is going to enhance their happiness. It's going to go till 2 a.m., and this is an 82-unit residential building of people who have to go to sleep at night and go to work in the morning. In its present existence, they've been relatively good neighbors, but we live on Main Street where there is a liquor license on every single block. Okay, and it is rumored that Santa Monica has the highest density of liquor licenses in the state of California. And we do not need another liquor license directly at the bottom level of our apartment building, where it says here, if the proposed type 47 alcohol license for the 3,127 square foot restaurant compatible with the surrounding neighborhood and land uses. No. We all live there. They're going to be making noise until 2 a.m. in a open bar, alcohol-induced frenzy. I know because we have other places, the Circle Bar, the Tavern, Jameson's, and they're noisy places that had no residential buildings above them. 82 units of people residing in this location above them. The second issue that you're going to be considering is, will the proposed conditions approval mitigate potential alcohol-related?
Thank you very much, sir. Unfortunately, your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is R. Anthony Lewis. And Mr. Lewis, before you begin, I will mention that I believe we were supposed to start with the applicant presentation, I realize.
No,
No?
evaluating.
It's okay. We will call staff up to do something brief.
Okay. Mr. Lewis, please go ahead.
I live in the same building at 3005, and for years prior to this planning application, there was a bar catty corner across the street about 100 feet away where I made 4 complaints to the police. I wouldn't always complain when they were making noise at 12 o'clock at night or 2 o'clock in the morning because I knew somebody else would complain. And basically, however much we complained, it would not get quieter. Having said that, I've written in this thing here, I've written that the neighbors in the restaurant are really good, you know, they're good. I'm not saying they're bad people like the people across the street, but if it starts to get out of control, the people living in this highly densely populated building, because it's 5 stories high, really have almost no recall unless the police are more active. My complaint was to the Venice police rather than the Santa Monica police. So I hope it's properly policed. The other thing I do want to mention is there's an area like a back patio, and I believe my apartment stunk of cigars for like 2 hours. And basically, I do not want to be in a position where when I go to bed, or before I go to bed, I have to have the windows closed for the whole night because I sleep really very, very well. And what I want to know is if there's going to be a back patio that's approved, will it be illegal to smoke cigars there because it's in a business and it's outdoors? So those are my 2 main concerns. And also I notice, well, my other concern is that I see that there's going to be 3 times the number of seats. So that means 3 times the number of people. Parking on 2nd Street is currently a nightmare. So I don't know where all these people are going to park. And basically, the restaurant is going to close later. And I just see, I mean, maybe everything's going to be okay. I've no idea. But one of my big objections is about the smoking out of doors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Should we proceed now to consider a staff report, or what would you recommend at this point?
Yes.
I move that we waive the staff report.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second to waive the staff report. Should we do that by voice vote? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Seeing no opposition, any abstentions? All right, that motion passes. Commissioner Lambert?
Does the city have any authority to regulate, I guess it's cigars more than cigarettes, cigar use outside when it's within close proximity to windows, residential windows? Is there any authority whatsoever for that? Or is that a state thing or county thing?
Hello. Yes, the municipal code currently prohibits smoking in any outdoor dining area.
I can't, I'm sorry.
The municipal code currently prohibits smoking in any outdoor dining area.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So what are these guys doing? They're smoking. Oh, that's interesting. So they're not allowed to. That's interesting.
All right, Commissioner Landers?
Yeah, I have another question for staff, actually, on the proposal. So what the public comment suggests is that there is a distinction between the indoor and outdoor, and I'm just wondering if in the process as you were processing this application, if you thought about making a distinction between indoor and outdoor, or whether that wasn't possible.
Yes, there is a condition of approval in the STOA that states that all outdoor dining will cease at 1 a.m. instead
Right.
of 2 a.m.
And I was just wondering how you landed on 1 as opposed to 2 or 12 or 11 or.
Yeah, we were looking at the alcohol exemption hours, and we're trying to kind of keep in line with the same sort of conditions of approval for indoor versus outdoor.
Okay, but if we were to want to stop the serving of alcohol outdoors at, say, midnight instead of 1 a.m., would that, in your view, be within the realm of the possible, the recommended, or the ridiculous?
No, that's certainly fine.
Okay, thanks.
This is a restaurant, right? Not a bar?
Yes, it's a restaurant and alcohol being ancillary.
Isn't food normally associated with, I mean, if the food stops at 10 or whatever the hour was, they can continue for 2 hours drinking? I mean, isn't there a correlation between the food and the drinking? So this doesn't just become a bar after 10 o'clock?
They've proposed to expand their hours, so service would now be from 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. for food.
Including food? Oh, okay.
All right, I think at this point, we should invite the applicant to come on up and address us, if they would like to.
Yes, good evening. I'm the applicant's representative. My name is Will Nieves. I'd like to mention here that this restaurant has been here for over 25 years. They've been a good neighbor all along. They currently have no operating restrictions on their ABC license, and neither do they have any operating restrictions on their city approval. They could have, all this time, been open until 2 a.m., and they chose not to. The reason for that is because there's no clientele that will come that late. Now that we have the ability to have alcohol, we want to expand the location because it is a very small location. If you've gone in there, you can see how small it is. That's why we need the parklet that's outside and the side patio that we had. And I apologize to the neighbors having that sound on the patio. We didn't have enough room, so we had an outdoor area that was more loungy type. What we're trying to create here is a martini lounge, similar to the Polo Lounge in the Beverly Hills Hotel. We're trying to do something like the Tap Room in the Langham. This is for a mature audience only. It will be, the bar area will be by reservation and invitation only. It will have a doorman at the door. Will be an extension of Via Veneto. We'll have more dining. There will be a piano bar in there. There will be light music playing. Where does a mature audience go to? There's nowhere on Main Street that they can go. All the other locations are for a younger crowd, and this is what they do. They don't want to upset the apple cart and do something different than they've done all along. So what we're proposing is to be allowed to continue with those hours. We've never utilized them before, but there could be a special wedding or a special event where we'd like to have that longer hour. We don't propose to do that on a regular basis. And also the person that spoke previously, the hours for the outdoor dining is closing at 12 midnight, not 1 a.m. in the morning. So that there's a condition in the conditions of approval that says 12 midnight. So we'd like to keep the hours as is. There will be non-amplified music in the Martini Lounge. We are investing $30,000 in soundproofing the entire room, including the restaurant. We don't see the need to have any additional conditions because we've been there. We have a proven track record over the years that we've been there, and we're not proposing to change our operation. People come in, they want fine dining. It's a gourmet restaurant. You're spending $150 per person to eat. They're not going to want to listen to loud music while they're dining. It's just going to be patio seating. There'll be no music outside as well. Music is prohibited on the patios, and we're closing at 12 midnight on the patios as well. So it will be just an indoor venue. That sofa seating that we have on the side, private patio, that will now be able to go into the Martini Lounge, so we won't have that loud noise in the private area anymore.
Thank you. I think we've got some questions for you. I did see Commissioner Lambert's hand go up first. Sorry, Commissioner Landers.
Thank you. Are you enforcing the no smoking outside rule?
We never heard of that, and Simone is here, and he says that no one really smokes outside, so I'm not sure.
But
where that's
if they
coming
are, they shouldn't be. So
shouldn't
I
be,
assume
correct.
that you're enforcing
from.
that.
Yes, we will enforce it.
I'm a
yes.
little confused, but you have a Martini Lounge, but this is a restaurant.
Yes, so what happens is Via Veneto space is a dining room. It's a very small dining
Right.
room. We're going to open up a wall into the Samuco space,
Uh-huh.
and it will be a Martini Lounge and a dining room during the day. And during the later hours, people can sit at the bar, and there'll be a pianist playing
I got it,
music
okay.
that will be heard throughout the restaurant.
I got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Landers?
Yeah, so I'm looking at page 7 of the staff report, and I just want to understand condition number 2, because it's a little bit confusing, and I want to understand what your understanding is. So condition number 2 says, the permitted hours of operation for the sale of alcoholic beverages indoors shall be from 11 a.m. to 2 a.m., as you just described, and outdoors from 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. daily, as you said. But then the last sentence in that paragraph says, alcohol service to any outdoor seating area adjacent to a public street or sidewalk shall cease 1 hour in advance of the operating hours otherwise permitted. So does that mean that you will stop serving alcohol in the parklet at 11 p.m.?
If that's a condition, yes, we'd have to stop at that time. If that's the way it's interpreted.
I mean, I think that would address my sense is that would address the concerns that have been raised by the neighbors. I understand the patio issue, but you're proposing to stop serving alcohol in the patio at midnight, and you would stop on the parklet at 11 p.m. Is that your understanding? Is that your understanding? Just looking at staff, is that your understanding of what that condition means?
Well, let's perhaps hear from staff after we finish up with questions from the applicant here.
Okay.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that the only outdoor seating area is the parklet and the patio along Main Street.
That's correct.
That's correct, okay.
There's not going to be any rear patio or dining.
No
as someone
interior
had asked.
area, okay. All right, thank you.
Now I'm confused.
Hold on, Commissioner Tolkien has a question.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, would it be such a hardship for you to close the patio after, like 11 o'clock, so that the people who are living in the building, even more than just selling alcohol out there, just closing it up?
I don't think that would be a problem. During the summertime, it could be because people do like to eat later. But in the wintertime, when it gets colder, people aren't going to come and want to sit outside. So if you could flex that to maybe allow it during the summer, but not during the winter, we're okay with that.
Can we condition that?
We can return to that when we get to our discussion. Commissioner Landers, I know you had a follow-up question?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand. I get the parklet. Where's the patio?
It's in front of the retail portion where the vitamin store used to be.
Oh, okay. But that is also adjacent to the sidewalk.
Yes, but
So-
that is private property, and that building is under one ownership, so they own both the five-story building and the retail store.
Right, but we're saying alcohol service to any outdoor seating area adjacent to a public street or sidewalk shall cease 1 hour in advance. So you'd be shutting that down at 11 as well,
Correct,
no
correct.
matter what.
No matter what.
Okay. Yeah, I would, I don't see any reason to go beyond that.
All right, do we have any further questions up here? Seeing none, thank you very much for
You're welcome.
speaking to us tonight. I would like to invite somebody from the staff team to come perhaps address the questions we had about the condition of approval to make sure we've got a meeting of the minds here.
In regard to condition number 2, that last sentence should actually be stricken, but it's fine if you want to change the conditions of approval to change the outdoor dining to close at 11 instead of midnight.
So you would, may I? For clarity, because we're going to be rewriting the STO on the dais, what you would recommend is that we rewrite the first sentence to state "and outdoors from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. daily," and then strike the last sentence.
Correct.
Okay, I think we should do that.
All right, do we have any final questions for staff? Seeing none, we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Do we have any late chits? All right, seeing none, we're going to go into discussion here. I will just say that if it is the commission's pleasure to approve this item tonight, we'll need to do 3 things. We would first need to adopt the findings, determining that the project is categorically exempt in accordance with CEQA guidelines section 15301, that's the class 1 exemption, and guidelines section 15303, the class 3 exemption, as set forth in the environmental review findings. Approve conditional use permit 23 ENT 0097 based on the findings attached in the staff report and the STOA, and adopt the statement of official action. Commissioner Landers.
I so move with the revised STOA as we discussed.
Second.
Are we all clear with respect to what the changes are?
We are, thank you.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. I think we'll need a roll call vote for this.
Commissioner Fresco,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert,
Yes.
Commissioner Landris,
Yes.
Vice Chair Raskin,
Yes.
Commissioner Tolkien.
Yes.
Great, that closes item 7B. We're going to move on now to our study session, item 8A, which is a presentation from the Mobility Division and discussion regarding an update on pedestrian action plan and bicycle action plan implementation.
And we welcome our new Director of Transportation to the room.
I think we might have to get the screens going. We good to go? Great.
Does this thing move? Oh, hey, look at that. Hello. Hello, commissioners. Thanks for having me. My name is Kyle Kozar. I'm a principal transportation planner in the mobility division. I'm joined here tonight with our interim director of Santa Monica Department of Transportation, Anush Gupta, as well as the mobility division manager, Jason Klieger. And I'm going to be talking to you tonight about our pedestrian action plan, bike action plan, give you an update on many of the projects that are happening here in the city. So I'll give you a little bit of background first, some context and some history on the plans themselves and where we got here, as well as a little bit about our process in implementing these sorts of projects. And then I'm going to run through a number of the different projects and kind of give you a status update on them. So there are a number of challenges that drive what the focus of the mobility division's work is, and our approach and how we go about implementing that work and prioritizing the various projects that we work on. The first of which is the environmental impact of that, which really comes from the largest mode share, which is vehicle trips in the city of Santa Monica, and they account for 64% of the carbon emissions in the city of Santa Monica. The second challenge that we're really facing and working on is with regard to safety. I'll talk a little bit more in a minute about our local roadway safety plan. But in that, we looked at collision data from 2015 to 2019. And what we found was fatal and severe collisions on our roadways account for about 5% of the collisions. But 65% of those fatal and severe collisions involve a pedestrian, cyclist, or a scooter rider. Then both the public right-of-way and the private development, they're rapidly changing, as I'm sure you're all very acutely aware, in the city of Santa Monica. And because of that, the infrastructure needs to grow and with the demands of a growing and ever-changing city, and that's both on the public right-of-way side and the private side. So whether that's like a large-scale development or new parklets that are kind of now in the roadway, or us putting on turn restrictions on certain streets for safety reasons, all of those things really require very close communication between us and all of the involved stakeholders to ensure that everyone has equal access to our roadways and is able to freely move about and use the roadways as they need to and as they intend to. And the last challenge that we're really solving for and working on is has to do with the way we implement these projects. So there's a lot of new best practices in roadway design that are kind of ever evolving on the best practices and how we can do different improvements in our streets and roadways. And that is really great news in one regard because it means that we have new tools that we can implement, and that's going to make our streets safer for all users. But that's also posed a really big challenge because new things are not always super clear to people, and change is difficult for everyone usually, and it takes time to adjust to the new ways that we have to navigate our roadways when there's something that's unfamiliar. And so we focus on that through community outreach and engagement to make sure that people can kind of make that transition and adjustment. So how are we going about addressing these challenges? It's really through these four primary goals. The first one is to focus on that sustainability issue. Our goal is to reduce emissions by converting 50% of the local roadway trips to walking, biking, skateboarding, scooting, taking transit, other modes besides the vehicle trip. The second one is the city's commitment to Vision Zero, which says that our goal is to eliminate fatal and severe collisions by 2026. The third goal is really about how we build out our roadway network. And the goal is to build a complete and high-quality network that's multimodal, and it really boosts equitable access to all users and gives opportunity to all users. We don't want people to be completely solely reliant on one mode or another. We want them to have options, and we want all those options to be safe. And then the last goal is to ensure that those facilities, they're accessible to every user, that all ages and abilities, and we do that again through the education and how we design our roadways. Our kind of ethos and goal is that we want our roadways safe and accessible to everybody from age 80 or 8 to 80. So now I'm going to go through and talk a bit about a number of the plans that are kind of guiding our work here. This group is very aware because many of you have been involved in many of these processes, but there are a number of codified plans and other work plans that we use that kind of guide and prioritize this work in this realm of kind of redesigning and reimagining the roadway. Starting with the loose that was in 2010, as you all know, and the bike action plan from 2011. Those two plans and those planning process really laid out the roadmap for, one, the community engagement process and how to get feedback on how to develop these plans and prioritize these projects, as well as reimagining our streets to be more people-oriented, those first two documents. Also, those two documents kind of laid out the roadmap for these plans, setting programmatic schedules and programs for different things we want to see to help educate people. That included things like safe routes to school, safe routes for seniors, which is now an active aging program. Bike share was in the original bike action plan, and that was kind of our first micromobility system. And so on the momentum of those plans, the pedestrian action plan in 2016, it was the next kind of step, and this, it really mimicked the bike action plan process, but it had more of a hyper focus on data that would help us identify hotspots and priority corridors for projects to start to be implemented. It laid out a 5-year, 10-year, and 15-year implementation of those different projects or those different visions. And it was the first time that the city committed to that Vision Zero commitment of eliminating fatal and severe injuries by 2026. After that Vision Zero priority was identified in the pedestrian action plan, the city did take steps to start to look into Vision Zero. So in 2017 was our first kind of deep dive into the collision data with a Vision Zero focus. We looked at data from 2006 to 2016, and that identified priority corridors with and intersections with the highest volumes of collisions. And then we were able to leverage that effort to get grant funding to pay for this, which was a focus on the most prominent corridor with the highest rates of collisions, Wilshire Boulevard. And so we used that grant from Caltrans to do this 2-year-long Wilshire safety study. It was an in-depth engagement and planning process. We received hundreds of comments, and there was dozens of meetings. And what it resulted in was this plan that was hyper-focused on very solutions that were very focused on the issues that we had seen and been confirmed by the community. And then having that document, we were able to leverage that into about $7 million worth of grant funding to implement those improvements, which we are currently in the process of doing, as some of you may have seen. I'll talk more about the projects in specific in a moment. And then also in 2020, City Council adopted the Bike Action Plan Amendment. Much of the original Bike Action Plan 5-year and 10-year vision had been completed in terms of our bike lane and bike route network. But many of the funding sources like Caltrans, they want us to have updated 5-year plans, action plans. And so the Bike Action Plan was due for that. And we took that opportunity to rethink the priorities in the original plan and to focus on building out a Class 4 protected bikeway network. And protected bikeways were kind of at least new to Santa Monica and new to the region, but a new innovation in bike lane design that physically removes the cyclist from the roadbed with traffic. So it kind of really creates a much safer environment for them. And it creates that low stress network that is really advantageous to getting people age 8 to 80 out riding. And then the last plan I'll talk about, similar to that 5-year update, is a local roadway safety plan. So this was our update to the Vision Zero work we did in 2017. It was another deep dive into the collision data, more recent collision data, 2015 to 2019. And it again identified the priority corridors and intersections to focus on, and this is sort of one of the primary lenses we use for prioritization of the projects. Also, having an updated local roadway safety plan and current local roadway safety plan is a requirement of many of the grant funding opportunities at this point. In particular, some of the Caltrans grants like the Highway Safety Improvement Program, which we call HSIP. And so having this kind of updated and a fresh 5-year look at the data in a plan like this makes us competitive for funding opportunities. So before I get into the projects, I think it's also important for us to talk about and highlight how does this play out in the ground, right? So there's a lot of effort in planning and developing these plans. And we want to see how that translates to user behavior. So this is, local commute data. The red is walk and the green is biking data. And this is commute to work mode share for those two modes. You can see the trend line is in the right direction. It's not like a crazy hockey stick trend line or anything like that, but it is in the right direction, which is good news. To put it in context, our transit ridership in 2021, 2021 is 4.3%, and our drive alone share is 75.6%. So still, driving is by far the largest mode. And to put in a little bit of context, compared to City of Los Angeles, their walk is 3.6% share, and their biking is 1.2%. So we're doing better than LA, but the geographies are different, and the roadways are different, so I don't want to tout too much, but just to give you a little bit of context there. And then thinking through safety data, right? So are the roadways becoming safer? This is just overall injury causing crashes, so that's kind of all crashes that are injury. Again, the trends are going in the right direction, which is great, but crashes still happen. And as we know, and as I mentioned before, we're really focused on the most vulnerable roadway users, which are the pedestrian and bike. So this chart, compared to this chart, which is a good trend line overall, but when we look at fatal and severe crashes amongst these modes, it's very up and down, and the trend line is actually quite flat. So that just speaks again to the fact that in the local roadway safety plan, 125 of the 2,300 collisions that were looked at were fatal and severe, and 65% of those, or 82 of them, involved a pedestrian, bicycle, or somebody on a scooter. So that's kind of what we're still working on and solving for, to protect those most vulnerable. So now I'm going to go over a little bit about our process and get into the projects and the plan's kind of statuses. Sorry, I need a drink of water. So once a challenge is identified, whether it comes through an incident that we need to look at, a collision or something, one of these analysis of collision data, once they go through a community engagement process and they're in a plan, and we've gotten feedback on solutions, then our goal is to really take that and, like I said, leverage one of these plans into funding opportunities. Funders love if these things have been pre-considered and have community support, obviously, because they don't want to fund something that then is going to get a bunch of backlash or not be welcome. Typically, our funding comes from either Metro or Southern California Association of Governments or Caltrans. A lot of the projects come from Caltrans. Sometimes it's state, sometimes it's federal money packaged through Caltrans, as well as our Transportation Impact Fee Fund that comes from developers. So we use that typically to leverage grant funding opportunities that need a match, or if there's cost overages, things like that. Once the project is funded and we apply and get the grant, then it moves into design. Each project goes through its own design process. Typically, there's like 5 rounds of design review. And halfway through, there's community engagement so that we are able to discuss kind of trade-offs with the community and kind of fine-tune with local expertise on how these projects will play out. Things like, do we need a loading zone here, et cetera, right? Once it's designed, we then package it up and we work with our partners in Public Works. We give them the design package, they take the project, they go bid it out. That process takes about 6 months typically to bid, award, and contract for a project. And then the project is built, and that's great. And then there's kind of a constant feedback loop for us in evaluating these projects. Sometimes it means that we go back to a project that's built and make adjustments, and we've done that. There's a protected bikeway pilot project that we did in 2020 on Broadway from 16th to 21st Street. And we're going back now to adjust it, open up, daylight some of the corners, provide more red curbs so line of sight is better for people, things like that. And then also we take things that we learn from projects and we fold them into the next design process. So we're working on another project. If it's something innovative we tried, we'll learn from it. We take the best lessons learned and we kind of engage them. And then, like I said, through the entire process, we're getting constant feedback from a lot of different stakeholders, pretty much. Who are the stakeholders? The stakeholders are everybody, right? You know, we're working with all our other city agencies, SMPD, the fire department, Public Works, Resource and Recovery, all those on the design process, on making adjustments throughout. Obviously, we need our city leadership involved and supportive, especially when we're going to get grant fundings and things like that. We work with the schools whenever there's anything adjacent to their property to make sure that they have access and flow, whatnot. Community groups, you know, we generally engage them in the planning, challenge identification phase. We engage them in the design phase, and we engage them, you know, before construction to make sure that they're understanding about the impacts, and so on and so forth. Our goal is to really engage with everybody throughout the process, and that engagement is kind of ongoing and circular. It's like a constant loop of feedback. And then the last thing I'll say, just to kind of lay the groundwork for how we think about this and do these, is, you know, in looking at all those different plans, there is a lot of overlap between all of the projects. And so when we're designing a scope of work for a certain project, we're trying to hit as many of the plans as projects as possible. So you can imagine an intersection in the pedestrian action plan probably is an intersection in the bike action plan on that corridor and so forth. So we really try to maximize the efficiency to put as much as we can into each scope of work, given funding availability, because not everything can be funded, right? So, and we work with our Public Works team to make sure that we're coordinating with them on their schedules. If they're going to tear up the road to put in a sewer line, we don't want to do a project right before that, obviously. We coordinate our their repaving schedule with these projects so that when they're done, the projects are on new pavement. They're nice, they're shiny, they provide the best quality product to the community before we get going. 17th Street is an example. You know, if you think about 17th Street, this is a protected intersection of Broadway. It has the corner islands and a lot of curb extensions and things. Those are actually pedestrian improvements. They're there to improve visibility for pedestrians, and in this case, cyclists. There is the protected bikeway, which is for the cyclist. There's leading pedestrian intervals to give pedestrians head start so they don't get right hooked from a car making a right turn. There's new pedestrian lighting throughout, and it's there to slow down cars and help motorists as well, because we want cars to be making these corners slowly. We want to improve the visibility for the motorist, because a motorist doesn't want to get in a collision either. That's not good for them, you know, having to deal with the consequences of a collision just like anybody, right? So looking at kind of where the plans are. So this is the bike action plan amendment. So this is just the 5-year action plan, or the 5-year vision for these protected bikeways. As you can see from this map, there are 8 projects that are underway, meaning that they're either near completion or in construction, so that's like the Michigan Avenue part and 17th Street onto Pico. There's other projects in design, so that's Broadway and Colorado protected bikeways. And other projects that are done with design and they're bidding for construction. And they will be going into construction, later this year. And then there's a number of projects that are in the plan, but, they are either only partially funded or are not funded, and, they're on the list to try to get funded. Zooming out a little bit from the bike action plan, but layering on again, kind of layering all those projects that cumulatively come from the Vision Zero local roadway safety plan, the pedestrian action plan, and bike action plan. In total, there's about 18 projects happening right now that are in some phase of, either funded, in design, or in construction. I say approximately 18 because, again, of that overlap. Sometimes we try to take a priority intersection and couple it with a different project that's ongoing for efficiency's sake. And so, looking at this project or map, you can see there's a lot of parts kind of all over town. We have projects that are moving forward right now. So that leaves the question, what's left to be done? Well, from all of these plans, quite a lot. Still, the plans identified a lot of projects and focus areas. In total, we have a list, a spreadsheet of, a working document of approximately 50 projects and focus areas that come from those various plans. And we have prioritized those based on their safety focus. So do they show up in the collision data, in the LRSP or Vision Zero analysis? How they were prioritized in their plan? Were they the 5-year, the 10-year, the 20-year vision? Were they more aspirational? Were they very detail-oriented recommendation in the plan? Also, we look at, the feasibility, which means, what are some of the public right-of-way constraints? What are some of the other implementation constraints that there might be? Are we having to tear everything up, or are we going to have to relocate some major utilities to do some of this stuff? Those would be things we would consider too in terms of how we prioritize them moving forward. And of course, funding feasibility. So now I'm just going to quickly kind of go through this and highlight some of the things, because we have, admittedly, we have not been to the Planning Commission to give you this update in a while, so happy we're here now. But there are some things that have happened in the last few years, so I think it's important to just kind of highlight them and celebrate them. The North Beach Trail, I'm sure you're all familiar. We expanded it, added the pedestrian pathway, new lighting, this really cool decorative concrete etching murals, things like that. That was really nice, done in March 2020. We completed a 4 schools pedestrian improvements. So this was around John Adams, Lincoln Middle School, Will Rogers, and Roosevelt Elementary Schools. This had curb extensions, flashing beacon, all signing and striping upgrades, and a bunch of other kind of traffic calming measures to help with pickup and drop off. That intersection is an example of the curb extensions at Lincoln, 14th Street in California. 23rd Street protected bikeway, done in December 2021. This was 0.3 miles of protected bikeway between Ashland and Airport Avenue. Also, there was signing and striping improvements that go all the way up to Ocean Park and crosswalk refreshes, things like that. Pico SMC pedestrian improvements done. This is the most recently completely completed, so hot off the press, June 2023. This was 5 intersections between 16th and 20th in Cloverfield, on Pico Boulevard. Again, curb extensions, ADA ramp upgrades, this median refuge at 22nd Street in Virginia Avenue Park, which has like a push button in the middle, so there's like a place people can, they have refuge if they can't get all the way across in one go. 17th Street, Michigan Avenue, 98% complete, so it's almost done because we still have some outstanding signing and striping work to do. Protected bikeway for over a mile between Wilshire and Pico, pedestrian scale lighting throughout, curb extensions, new ADA ramps, 2 neighborhood traffic calming circles on Michigan Avenue at 16th and 18th. Again, enhanced signing and striping, signal adjustments. Ocean Avenue, same thing, 98% complete because there's still some outstanding signing and striping. This one we did in partnership with annual repaving, Public Works' annual repaving. It has signing and striping improvements from Margarita to California, and then from California, two-way protected cycle track with the curb median barrier. This was actually a pretty cool innovation that Public Works came up with using this concrete extruder. They were actually able to do the whole stretch of that, protected bikeway in just a couple of days because they didn't have to form the concrete and stuff. So they were able to just kind of 3D print it. So that was really efficient. And we were able to add back about 75 parking spaces as a part of this project. Wilshire Boulevard, so this is the first phase of the safety improvements. I'm sure you've seen it. This is about 90% complete. There's still more signing and markings that need to happen, and there's flashing beacons that have not been put in yet at 5 locations. But again, some right turn only restrictions, flashing beacons, bus stop improvements, median refuges, signing and striping. Paint and post curb extension, so that's just like paint and the plastic bollards, like low cost improvements. And then we have about 11 more projects that are going on. And so I'll just briefly touch on this, but I don't want to drone on and on. 4th Street, almost done. That's right out here. New lighting across the bridge from Colorado to Olympic, and a new crosswalk at Olympic, and some other improvements as well. Olympic sidewalk is the north side of Olympic at Bergamot Station. That's starting construction early next year. Mango Street, this is a pedestrian and bicycle connection from the north side of Michigan Avenue over the 20th Street Bridge down into the Michigan Avenue Greenway. Stewart Penn, it's a new sidewalk on Pennsylvania Avenue on the north side between 26th. Stewart is a protected bikeway from Colorado to Kansas. Olympic 26, again, protected bikeway, first and last mile connection to the train station at 26th Street with a new pedestrian crossing. 6 schools is the same thing we did for the 4 schools project, but it's the other 6 schools in the district. Franklin, McKinley, Edison, Grant, John Muir, Smash. McKinley, thank you. And that one actually has like 71 curb ramp improvements and a lot of curb extensions going in. So that's like a very large project actually in terms of improving ADA access around the schools. East Pico safety study is further down on Pico, so that's 28th to the eastern city limit. That's primarily a planning and community engagement process, but what's cool about that grant is that we also have funding to do low-cost kind of paint and post quick build improvements as well, that hopefully we can leverage that into more grant funding to harden that infrastructure. Protected bikeway on Colorado and Broadway. The Colorado one is westbound from 17th to the Esplanade, Colorado Esplanade, or cycle track. And then Wilshire Safety Improvements 2, that's hardening all the paint and post improvements. And the Santa Monica Boulevard Safety Study, happy to say, we just got awarded a grant from Caltrans to copy what we did on Wilshire Boulevard safety improvements and do a same sort of 2-year planning study focused on data and community engagement to get a codified plan that we can use to leverage for more funding. So with all that, it was long, sorry for being long-winded, but we haven't been here for a while, so a lot going on. Our goal is, we're gonna keep working on the projects we have, keep looking for funding, and when staff capacity allows, go after that funding, and continue to educate and promote what we're doing. Like I said, the community engagement cycle is just kind of continuous. There are a few kind of action-packed fall for us. I'm doing similar updates to other commissions. The East Pico Safety Study, we have a few events coming up this fall. I think the first one's October 7th, which will be a walk audit. It's open to the public. Anybody can go. Broadway Bike Lane will be doing some presentations to neighborhood association groups and knocking all the doors and talking to the local businesses up and down the corridor. 6 schools we're engaging with the school district. And last but not least, 17th Street project, we are planning a ribbon cutting event on December 2nd is when it's anticipated for. So with all that, I will now stop talking.
Yeah, first and foremost, I want to say thank you very much for that really excellent presentation. In a county where more folks die from traffic violence than gun violence, I think this is work that really hits home for a lot of folks in our community. So thank you for the work you guys are doing. I know we all have a lot of questions. I wonder if we could indulge hearing from the public before taking questions. Well, let's hear from the public first, and then we can ask questions. Great. So seeing as that there are 7 folks here, that make it 2 minutes each?
Yes, unless the commission wants to grant them the standard 3. Up to you.
Anyone have any strong opinions? All right, we'll go with 2 minutes each. All right, I'm going to call up a few names. The first name I have here is Riley Callahan, followed by Arlo Lamb, and then Alex Clark. And folks could just start lining up on the wall behind the speaker spot. And Riley Callahan, you'll have 2 minutes.
So hello, I'm a resident of Santa Monica. I'm a student at Samuel High. My primary form of transportation is by bike, and although there are some painted bike lanes and a few divided bike lanes, most streets that bikers use do not have any bike infrastructure. And every single time I bike anywhere that's further than 15 minutes, there's a car that runs a red or blasts through a stop sign or turns into the bike lane without looking. And oftentimes it feels like you're going to get hit by the car. You have to swerve out of the way because the car is going to hit you. And that's the experience every time you bike anywhere in Santa Monica or Los Angeles, but this is Santa Monica. So yeah, for that reason, Santa Monica should invest much more into protected bike lanes and bike lanes that are on streets that are used frequently by bikers. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Next we have Arlo Lamb.
Good evening. My name is Arlo Lamb, and I am a freshman at Samuel High. Over the past year, I have taken an interest in urban planning and have used resources such as City Beautiful and Not Just Bikes to research the subject. One of the issues that I have found in our community affects me on a daily basis. As many of you may know, roundabouts have been proven the safest form of intersection. This, however, is only when they are implemented properly. I believe that the roundabouts on the Michigan Avenue Greenway between 11th and Lincoln are not properly implemented. I know this because I bike to Samuel High every morning from my home near SMC. The main problem with the roundabouts is that since the intersection wasn't widened when they were put in, very little space is left on either side of them. This causes both cars and bikes to jostle for position. It also creates a very narrow area for bikes after the roundabout. The result of this crowded space is something I witnessed this morning, where a student had been hit by a car shortly after the roundabout on 9th and Michigan. They were shocked, but mostly okay. There are 3 solutions I present you with. The first one would be easy, but not preferable. It would involve removing the roundabouts and replacing them with stop signs. The second would be quite difficult, but not impossible. The solution would involve bollards that are up most of the time, but would move down during high traffic periods. The third solution would be good, but probably impossible. It would involve enlarging the intersection to allow proper room for cars and bikes simultaneously. If we can do this, Michigan Avenue will be safer for both cyclists and pedestrians. The sixth school safety project would help me and everyone who bikes or walks to school. Thank you.
I have a question. Wait, don't leave. Thank you for being here. Thanks to all of you for being here. Shout out to Emery Cunningham for organizing them. But do you have research on the movable bollards that you can share with the city? Like, is there somebody who's tried it somewhere else?
I don't currently have research. I was told about this meeting yesterday, so I haven't had much time, but this is just my solution I came up with on the issue. But there probably is
Well, I think you need to meet Kyle and Anuj and the team in that row behind you, because I'm sure they're very interested in whatever research you can find. So thank you.
Get their cards.
Get their cards, exactly.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Next, we've got Alex Clark, followed by Micah Quist, and then Emery Cunningham. Alex, whenever you're ready.
Hi, good evening. My name is Alex. Also a student at Santa Monica High School. I'm a senior. And I'm here tonight, first and foremost, I think, to congratulate the progress that has been made. And I think it's really important to highlight, I mean, people come in and there's like really specific litigation that happens on really specific issues. But I think as a resident of Santa Monica and someone who's gone to school here my whole life, I'm really proud of the progress that's been made in this city. And the expansion of bike lanes and the metro connection that happened in 2014. Like, these are all great changes that have been made, and I wanted to come here and voice my support for the continued efforts that are being led to move the city in this direction. But I would also like to highlight one possible solution that sort of fits in the same vein of enhancing pedestrian and bicyclist safety and improving the city, which is the concept of super blocks, which has been successfully implemented in Barcelona and elsewhere, where you can alleviate traffic and decrease noise and air pollution and make the city just a lot nicer. It's a great climate solution, and it's also just a great quality of life solution for any city to implement. And I think because the way that the Santa Monica streets are laid out, it would be pretty easy to implement between main thoroughfares like Ocean Avenue and 4th Street and Lincoln, and then going east-west from Santa Monica Boulevard, Olympic, and what have you. And I think the city is set up really well to accommodate these potential solutions, and I think that more should be looked into for that possible idea. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Hi, my name is Micah Quist. You got it right the second time. Buses, at least in their current incarnation, are a last resort for me. When I started middle school, I was forced to confront the danger of taking the bus as a teenage girl. Sexual harassment and threats of sexual assault became common occurrences in my life. Although I cannot expect protection from these things while walking down the street or simply living my life, there must be some way for these buses to be made safer, especially those buses going to schools and from schools to residential areas. I understand that this is a nuanced issue that doesn't have an obvious solution, but I have some suggestions for potential solutions that I'd like to see explored going forward. Police presence in and around early morning and early afternoon buses traveling to and from public schools. Increased prosecution and arrest of people on buses who threaten violence against anyone, especially young people. An easily accessible and well-staffed hotline to report these incidents and get emergency support for teens during the bus ride. Thank you. That's about it. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Great, thank you very much. I think we might have a question.
I do, actually. Thank you. This is a hugely important issue, and I'm sorry that you've had to deal with it, and I want to acknowledge that. But I wonder, again, it's sort of the same question that I asked Arlo. Do you have evidence from other places of solutions that work, data? Because I think all three of those solutions are, I mean, money notwithstanding, eminently great ideas, but just wondering if you have data or if you've looked into it further.
I do. Where do I get to send them? Send me an email.
These three gentlemen right there, they're in the third row. Please get their cards.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you.
Love reading some research studies, so I'll send that in. Thank
I'll
you.
have more questions on that
Great.
later.
Thank you very much. All right, next we have Emery Cunningham, and our final two speakers following Emery are Christian Adira and Jerry Rubin.
Good evening, Commissioners. I am Emery Cunningham, a senior at Santa Monica High School and co-captain on Team Marine, an environmental club there, as well as chair of the Los Angeles Metro Youth Council. I'd like to speak tonight on Santa Monica transportation, both as I've experienced it and as I see it pertains to sustainability in the environment. I mostly bike or walk around Santa Monica, going to the orthodontist, to the gym, or to a friend's house. Biking is the best mode of transportation for me right now because it can take me quickly to wherever I want to go. But for sustainability, both biking and walking is known to be very beneficial. More people choosing biking and walking will reduce car use, will therefore reduce greenhouse gas emissions, traffic congestion, and air pollution. Santa Monica transportation would be made so much better for bikers with more protected bike lanes. On many streets, there is very little space between parked cars and the car lanes. Bike lanes are in some places almost non-existent. More protected bike lanes, in my experience, this has led to a few unsafe situations. More protected bike lanes and these other new designs that have been discussed in the plans would make biking more viable and safer in Santa Monica. Both in experience and for sustainability, I urge you to consider these plans for bike lane protection and bike parking in current and future projects for Santa Monica and for the planet. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. The next speaker I have is Christian Adera. Sorry, Jerry.
Hello, Commission. My name is Krishna Adera. I am a current student at Santa Monica College, and I've lived here for almost my whole life in Santa Monica. I went to John Adams, Samo High, now at Santa Monica College. And as a student at JAMS, I would walk or try to bike, but that would mean biking on the narrow sidewalk of Cloverfield, and I wouldn't dare biking on the street there for fear that I would get honked at or maybe hit. While at Samo High, however, it was a mix of two, a bit of driving here and a lot of biking there. And unfortunately, as we know, there are people in cars on roads who shouldn't be, and people who are fully capable and get distracted. People who are rushing to get somewhere, because that's the world we live in. And we know that there should be precautions in place to prevent people from encountering the fate of a car racing at them being the last thing they see. This is why it's so important to back initiatives for safer streets, initiatives like the ones expressed by Kyle Kozar today. And upgrading our streets' safety is an appreciation for the lives of everyone who occupies them. And I want to know my city cares about me when I'm walking or biking home, and slowly I have. And that's because of increased precautions like the ones that we were presented with today. And you know, as a resident, I see improvements. I feel more inspired to be outside and enjoy these lanes that are made to improve our ways of living, our way of living. And an important issue that was just brought up earlier, a sustainable future is possible. Implementations like this make it possible. And we need to at least give our community the opportunity to make those decisions. And supporting these initiatives does that. Okay.
Thank you.
right.
Do you have one final point you'd like to make before wrapping up?
A couple words to say.
If you could just do it very quickly.
Yeah. So backing these initiatives and supporting the Bicycle Action Plan implementation is an encouragement for a brighter, safer, and more sustainable future. The more safe people feel outside of the safe people feel outside of the protective steel of their cars, the more likely they'll be outside utilizing these paths, and that's what we want. Recognizing these projects is essential and imperative to maintaining these results that we've seen. And the chart that was shown earlier that showed bike-related crashes in Santa Monica reducing over the last decade is a testament that this is possible. We can make streets safer, and we can have a sustainable Santa Monica where people are happy and and enjoying their rides home.
Great.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's it.
I think Commissioner Landers might have a question for you.
Do you bike, thank you, do you bike commute or otherwise commute? How do you commute to SMC? And
I bike. I'm
bike.
very close. It would be very bad if I drove.
Okay, so
Yeah.
can you, I mean, with 17th Street in place, has that changed your experience of getting to and from school?
I live so close that I don't even need to take that path, but I do bike around, all around Santa Monica. I love going to the beach and things like that. So yeah, it has. I like spending a lot of time on 17th Broadway especially. I was never there before, and now I'm there all the time. So protected bike lanes are a great thing, and we should do all we can to make them happen.
Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. And our final speaker is Urban Forest Task Force member Jerry Rubin.
Thank you very, very much. Jerry Rubin, Santa Monica, Chair Raskin, honorable commissioners, city staff, fellow Santa Monicans. As someone who never had a car in my life, and as someone who not too long ago was hit very tragically while in a crosswalk and never fully recovered after a long rehabilitation, I urge everyone to be safe, whether you're walking, whether you're driving, whether you're biking, and just be extra careful. I really appreciate this plan. Good for the environment, good for everything. I have a question, but I also want to say I thought it was very positive that the Sheriff's Department in Metro had a good community event at 4th and Colorado at the light rail today. It was very well attended, and I do feel very sad that we lost a wonderful former director of the Big Blue Bus, Stephanie Negriff, who won a lot of awards under her tutelage here, and she was a wonderful, wonderful person. I'm sure everybody knew her. I do have a question that I would like to ask, but I do want to say that I think we have great laws. I'm glad that we disallow bikes on sidewalks. I think that bicycles and bike protected lanes are crucially important, and I see so much improvement now, but I do still see some bikes still feeling they want to go through stop signs or go through red lights, and I guess it's a matter of education and everything, but I'd like to see that improve. The other thing I'd like to understand, because I don't think it's a good idea, never have, is this state law that allows people to jaywalk anytime, and how that affects all of our mobility. Whether it's light out or dark out, it's very dangerous, and I've seen near accidents, so I don't know how that's going to be taken into consideration and analyzed. Anyhow, thank you all.
I think we have one question for you from Commissioner Landerson.
Thank you, thank you.
Before you go, if you could just indulge me in thanking our other speakers.
Students, yes, thanks for coming out. We're really glad to see you. Say hi to Cynthia. And thanks for being part of the process. We hope we'll see you again on other issues. Please come back, this and
Absolutely.
others.
Thank you.
I have a question for Urban Task Force member Rubin. Will you be advocating for shaded bike lanes?
I think that would be a tremendous idea.
Great, thank you very much. I think we're going to invite our staff team to come back up. Kyle, if that's you, to answer some questions. And we're going to just go down the line. We'll start with Commissioner Fresco.
Hi, nice to meet you. I don't think we've ever met.
Nice to meet you as well.
One thing I didn't hear about in your really terrific report was the Lincoln Boulevard plan and all the discussions about those crosswalks, which I know is a different jurisdiction than the other work that you described. So I was wondering if there's any progress made.
Yeah, so it's on the map. I can include on the map of what's being done, but yeah. But I think because it was only, and I don't know, because it was only basically half funded, I think it's mostly focused on lighting is what is moving forward now. So the original design of the Link project has been sort of stripped down to what the funding would allow. And I think that's majority lighting, right? So it'll be new lighting, probably some striping, refreshing, things like that. But I think the full Link plan isn't going forward as originally designed and planned because the funding that we got from the state, the goal was to basically double that with another grant. And we had looked, the city, Public Works, in partnership with DOT had looked at a couple of funding opportunities like federal grants. But there were very quick timelines and very hard to apply for, and we just didn't have the bandwidth to do that. So what's moving now with the funding we got from the state is the lighting package and some other minor improvements, but yeah.
Well, I would say it's pretty important, and, I mean, there are a lot of kids going as far east as 11th Street who attend John Muir and need to make that crossing, and of course, everyone in Ocean Park ends up at Jams. And so, you know, I obviously live there, I'm familiar with that area, and, you know, I see caravans of parents with their kids behind them on their bikes going up those streets, but it needs...
And so that's like for the whole corridor. Lincoln and Ocean Park was a priority Vision Zero intersection as well. And so right now we do have a design that's going forward with part of annual repaving. So this year's Public Works annual repaving package was like this colossal thing that they usually do just 1 or 2 corridors. This year they did Ocean and Wilshire. And so we had those 2 projects go in as part of that. But we also funded from TIF primarily, from the Transportation Impact Fee Fund, funded a whole package of other smaller improvements that are like signing and striping. And so that included improvements at Ocean Park and Lincoln, Olympic and 14th, signing and striping improvements, kind of moving some things around to make it clearer, improve visibility and so forth, as well as, geez, how many intersections? A number of other, I think 9 or 10 crosswalk improvements throughout the city. There's a few on Main Street, a few on Santa Monica Boulevard, a few on Colorado, like the eastern side of Colorado. And those include like new crosswalk refreshes, in some cases, the flashing beacons, like traffic calming.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but, so the funding you have to do all these things, is that all one big grant that you got, and all of these things that are moving forward are just that one thing, and Lincoln is falling behind because it's not part of that particular grant? Is that the problem?
Yeah, so the smaller like intersection improvements are things that we're funding with the city transportation impact fee that we get from developers.
I see.
And we added on to the annual repaving project that Public Works did.
Right.
So they have their funds that they were able to put into that. And then we have some different funds. We have a crosswalk renewal fund, and then we have our transportation impact fee fund.
Okay.
So we were able to, with our grant funds, their funds for repaving and their sidewalk renewal program, we were able to kind of cobble together a bunch of different funding sources, and we had a much bigger package for their annual repaving this year than normally. What it is usually 1 or 2 corridors, and we try to align our project work with their project work in that regard.
Well,
But this year
I
it's
suggest you try to cross Lincoln Boulevard sometime and maybe move it up on the list of,
So the one intersection is being improved.
I know, but it's like from the freeway to the city limit. You can't go from one side of the city to another on foot. It's really hard.
Yeah, no,
So it's
totally.
just really, it's a big deal. That's all. Thank you.
I agree.
All right, Commissioner Hamilton?
Well, thank you for a great presentation, and thank you for the work you're doing in Santa Monica. It really means a lot. And as a person who bikes regularly and also has kids who bike around the city with their friends, I really appreciate the work that you guys have been doing. So I also read what other people are saying, and I just want you to know that, like, I really appreciate the work. And I do think that, you know, I would really encourage the city to really lean into this space. I think there's probably a lot of support within the community for more of these kinds of improvements, and really thinking of bicycle related infrastructure as infrastructure, not as a privilege that we put into certain communities, but should be part of a normal comprehensive transportation plan alongside any other aspect of our mobility. I had a couple questions. Do you, when you're looking at schools, because I've had, you know, like I said, I have young kids who go to, they're both in middle school now. They obviously have come up through elementary school. We've walked and biked and bused to school from the very beginning. When you're creating these, the pedestrian plans and the bicycle action plans, do you have specific plans for each of the schools?
So we do now. But the way that that came about was identified in the pedestrian action plan. You know, there's a focus on safe routes to school. And so what we did was we took that for the first 4 schools. And I can't remember why those first 4 schools were chosen. So it was kind of, we kind of broke it up. We looked at 4 schools. Actually, we did improvements around Edison was the first one. So we got a grant to do improvements around Edison. And then we did 4 more, the other 4 schools, the 2 middle schools, Will Rogers and Roosevelt. And so the specific improvements that came about that, what we do is we got grant funding, we go to the schools, we did walk audits. So we would get, you know, a technical advisory team, ourselves, engineers, the people from the PTA, the principals. We walked around, we identify all the issues and challenges, then we look at data, so we look at kind of the issues and the issues identified around each school. That was sort of the concept plan of what we need to improve for. And then we design, and we have to get more money to actually pay for the construction documents and the actual construction. And so we did that, and that's based on kind of that thing. And then we did the same thing for the other 6 schools that we're working on now. Same thing, walk audits all around, identify the issues, the curb ramps that are broken, that are not ADA, so on and so forth. And then we get more funds. And actually, the 6 schools project we're paying for with local funds, with TIF.
When you do these audits, are you looking at vehicle speeds as well? Do you have any purview over speeding cars going past schools? Is that part of what you have?
I mean, there are established speed limits and school-based speed limits, and as part of, and so we do like look at the 85th percentile when we're establishing those speed limits and so forth. Usually when we do these, it kind of depends on what the improvements are, but we'll do additional counts and things like that. But around all the schools we have, as a part of the 4 schools project, we went around them and within the limits of what California state law allows, downgraded the speed limits to, 20 and in some case 25 miles an hour, which is what allows. So the signs are there. Those are what the speed limits are during school time. And then it's a question of enforcement if people are speeding beyond that.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think it's great to post a sign, but we know those signs are not adhered to by everyone that goes by. So I wonder if there's anything that I'm just saying as a suggestion, any kind of road architecture or improvements you can do to decrease speed limits. I mean, particularly, along Montana Avenue is important.
Sure.
Franklin and with Roosevelt.
Yeah, and so that is what some of these projects are.
Yeah.
Like the curb extensions, they narrow, they narrow the crossing. They bring the pedestrian out so they're not obscured by a parked car, for instance, so that they can be seen. The visual line sight of a motorist is narrowed as they come to the crossing, so they naturally are going to slow down. We've been doing some other kind of widening the center lines and putting kind of the pedestrian panels. So in some cases, if there's a curb extension that's narrowing, then you widen the center line so it's narrowing more. So those sorts of elements is exactly the kinds of things that we're implementing as part of this, with the intent that the design is naturally going to slow down people because they feel constrained by the lane.
Yeah.
But again, some people speed.
Sure. Yep. Just to talk about funding sources, roughly, like if you had a pie chart, how much of your budget for these types of improvements come from the general fund versus specific grants that you receive?
General fund, none.
Or
none comes from the general fund. It is primarily grant funded and TIF funded, and there have been some other projects funded from actually I think 6 schools is actually gas tax. So there have been some other local county kind of funds, Measure R and gas tax, those sorts of things fund it primarily. And then the rest of the funding comes from grants. Some of those grants are given to us from the MPO, so they come from Metro. They have different funds that they allocate amongst the different cities. And so some of these projects are funded from funds like that.
Got it. So all these
Some of those
funds
are kind of grants, some of them are like by right to us as a municipality within the jurisdiction of the MPO, but mostly it's grants and TIF.
Yeah, so all of those dollars are coming from outside of, basically, third parties outside of the city of Santa Monica, coming into Santa Monica, and so you're following their funding requirements and their funding goals, as
And most
opposed
of
to
them
the
are
city crafting that and funding it itself and prioritizing what the city of Santa Monica feels is important.
Yeah, totally. I mean, and most of those grants are competitive, so we're competing statewide or nationwide, depending on what the grant is. You know, and we've actually been quite successful at funding these by grants. We've gotten a lot. I mean, this year alone, we applied for 2 grants and we applied for 3 and we got 2 of the 3.
Yeah,
We applied for $11 million and we got like, you know, 5+ million. So, pretty good, but it does get harder and harder. And also, I think one of the points you made on one of the other items is funding agencies now are hyper-focused on, they have a lot of equity criteria and things like that. And so they look at the Cal Enviro screen, and I actually made a slide. You know, they look at this Cal Enviro screen, which is indicator, and there's many other ones. There's equity indicators, public health indicators, and so forth. This is like the environment indicator. But, you know, they will not fund anything that is not either in the proximity or within the jurisdiction of the dark orange or red.
Right.
And so, you know, you can see Santa Monica there, and we don't have a lot of places that the funding, our eligibility for a lot of funding is getting,
Yeah.
sometimes it's hard.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and I look at that, and obviously the city's much bigger than that red zone, and so,
Yeah,
I mean, we're bringing in, I mean, you're doing a great job bringing in all these grant dollars, but at the end of the day, it should be noted that we're following the grant money and what their priorities are. Their priorities are focused on a very relatively narrow part of the city, and the High School Action Plan has goals that are more comprehensive than just that one corridor there. And so I know funding is funding, and that's the reality of the world we live in. I totally understand that piece of it, but I just thought I would ask the question and just make the point that we're not really fully able to implement the planning if we don't have city support.
Yes, yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I just-
funding is a challenge, you know.
Yep. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lambert?
Thank you. We don't even have city support for the Housing Trust Fund. I just think you're doing a fantastic job. I mean, I am so impressed with what's going on in the city. I have friends from LA who come here and they just salivate over our bike lanes and our pedestrian safety measures. They have nothing like that in Los Angeles. We should be very, very proud of ourselves and you. I assume you don't work alone.
No, but
There is a staff that helps you out.
Yeah, for sure. But in our division, you know, it's, there's my kind of subgroup, which is myself and 3 other folks. And we work very closely with traffic engineers, and that's a team of 2 people right now. And we have a new city traffic engineer coming in. And then we have another, you know, 15 or so folks in our division, but they work on development review, permitting, TDM. We tend to help each other out a lot.
You're doing a lot
across
with
all
very
of-
few.
Yeah, exactly.
I guess one of the questions I have related to that is, do you contract with a grant writer or do you do it in-house?
We have used consultants to help us write some of the grants, and that has been successful. And we sometimes, like this year, we did them ourselves, and we were fairly successful.
I'm involved with another organization that's applying for DOT money under the, I'm going to get this wrong, Equity and Inclusion Funding Program. And it's really to compensate disadvantaged communities that have not really benefited. In fact, they've been harmed by transportation policies. I just wondered if we would qualify for anything like that, if there are areas of the city, well, clearly where the 10 wiped out a community would be a thought. It's just a thought. But the grant writing is really important, and it sounds like you're aggressive. I do want to thank you very much for the right turn lane from 16th onto Ocean Park Boulevard. That affects me directly. And that was an intersection with a lot of really bad accidents, and it's right by two schools, so it's really important what you did there. And then the other question, my last question is, you said you're doing improvements at Ocean Park and Lincoln. Are you doing that before the Gelson's project gets going? Will that have a negative, like tear up what you were doing, or?
No, I mean, it's in the roadway, so no, I mean, and to the degree that the construction removes or changes anything, like for their temporary traffic control or whatever, they would have to put back what we do. But that would be negotiated as part of their temporary traffic control for their construction project.
And clearly Lincoln Center is going to have a very substantial TIF contribution to the city.
Yeah,
But-
I hope so.
Yeah, I would think so. But you can't target that money, can you? So you couldn't say, we're going to use that money on Lincoln Boulevard, which I find incredible.
It's
I know you
more
do.
about, I mean, the way that TIF describes it, it's more about using it to mitigate vehicle trips and focusing on these sorts of projects. So long as improvements to Lincoln Boulevard had to do with pedestrian improvements and creating better access and helping people walk across it, actually, no. TIF is a fund that we could use for that.
Could you, I mean, for example, could you target that money, I already know the answer, to Ocean Park and Lincoln, or that's not in the rules?
No, yeah, for sure. It can be, TIF can be used, it's not about which streets we can use it, it's what type of improvements we're doing, right? So if it's to fix it, to add back a lane or make, improve vehicle flow through the traffic signals, then no. If it's to improve the crosswalks on Lincoln, yes.
Well, there you go. And there are a number of big new projects going on Lincoln. I mean, the CIM project down the way. I mean, there should be a lot of TIF money for Lincoln. And it might be a good idea to look at that. I mean, Lincoln needs a whole lot more than what we're talking about here. I mean, it's funny, when I hate side story, we came back from Paris a couple months ago. There's nothing worse than taking off from Paris, France, and driving home on Lincoln Boulevard. You just feel like putting a bullet through your head, like, where did we get this wrong? Anyway, thanks again for all you do. I really appreciate you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Landers?
Right. Well, thank you, Kyle. It's great to see you here. I thank you to the team for agendizing this. I think I've been asking for it for a while, and I have a list, so bear with me. Hopefully not an expensive list. Right. Okay, so first of all, I think that Wilshire improvements are transformational. I think that they are not only going to, in my experience, I've spent some time now crossing Wilshire, not at at intersections, and I think it's making it safer both for pedestrians and for vehicles. That those trying to cross Wilshire, now you have respites of these turn lanes, and it's clearly making a difference. So thank you. And I clearly this is tremendous progress, and it's fantastic. And I recognize just how hard you and your team are working. I'm going to run down a few things. Some of them are a little bit speculative, but let me start with some specific stuff. The Michigan Avenue, the Mango extension, which I think we walked some years ago, is that going to connect to, is that going to go to 21st Street? Is that where it's going?
Yep. Yeah,
Okay.
behind Crossroads.
Right behind Crossroads. So it's going to connect across the bridge and then get them onto, what is that, Michigan Avenue at 21st?
Exactly.
Okay, that sort of strip of land we saw. Okay. And that's underway. That's moving forward slowly.
Construction has started. It's underway.
Great, awesome.
Utilities have been dealt with, and it's moving forward pretty good.
Fantastic. Okay. A couple of thoughts about this is a little bit of me search, but I noticed that you had data on people who don't work at home, but they're commuting. I don't know whether this is the experience of others, but in my neighborhood, we're close to Grant, we've seen a real uptick in biking and walking to school, and I'm wondering, this is speculative, whether some of it has to do with an increase of number of people who are working from home. And therefore, they can bike their kids to school on a cargo bike or whatever, and then return home back to their home office.
So as a research point, I wonder, given the number of people who are working from home in Santa Monica, whether you might want to collect that data and see whether people who work at home are transitioning to biking and walking and how they're doing relative to people with cars. People who commute. That's one thought. Another thought, you mentioned the inclusive planning, which I really appreciate. And I just, from a methodological standpoint, and I think, I believe her name was Mika, when she was talking about, safety on the bus. She's a great example. Or Arlo talking about biking to school. When you say you're being inclusive, are you actually essentially designing out solutions for particular populations? In other words, are you saying, okay, what happens if we plan for seniors? What happens if we plan for people with disabilities? What happens if we plan for people under 8? Or are you just saying we want to be inclusive? Because I would urge you to think about planning for those specific populations as part of the strategy of planning for everybody. Because sometimes when you say everybody, it can get lost.
Yeah, I mean, I think implicit in what we're planning for, it includes those folks. So I think, like, to your point, if we're planning for those folks, then we are planning for everyone.
Right.
Except for maybe, like, sometimes we have gotten complaints from people who are like in the LACRA and they got their helmet and they want to ride their bike fast.
Right.
And they want to ride with traffic. And they think sometimes what we're doing, they're like, I'm not going to ride in that bike lane because it's not, like I'm trying to ride really fast. So we're not really planning for those folks necessarily. I mean,
Right.
they can enjoy the bike lane too.
Well,
but
you
if we're
are. You're
planning-
just saying that you're not going to plan for them. That's also a decision, right?
Like, we're gonna plan for like that 8 to 80. I mean, like I said, that's what we're going for. If you're an 8-year-old kid and you feel comfortable riding to school with your parent in a bike lane, that's a really good bike lane. If you are a senior citizen and, but you don't feel comfortable riding in a bike lane that is exposed to traffic, but you do feel comfortable riding on a protected bike lane because you're not exposed to traffic, then that's a good bike lane for them. It's a family-friendly bike lane. I think that's kind of our focus.
Yeah.
The same thing goes for pedestrian improvements, like Wilshire Boulevard, I think I wrote it down. The pedestrian, of the FSI collisions on Wilshire Boulevard, when we did that study, 70% of the FSI collisions were senior citizens.
Yeah.
So, those improvements on Wilshire are planning for those, but it benefits anybody walking.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
But my point is, let's say you're looking at the width of the respite spots, right? The width of the crosswalk and what you're doing to turn in those little spots. If you're going for the width of a walker, for example, are you going for the width of a stroller?
We're going wider.
That's what I'm.
Yeah,
Yeah, like, can you be? I think it's helpful to be specific and say, not just for everybody, but that you've actually identified the populations.
Yeah.
Even if the end result is inclusive for everyone. Okay. I'm just going to try to keep going. There is legislation coming down. We don't know whether the governor's going to sign it, but obviously AB 413, which is going to restrict parking 20 feet from intersections. That's a visibility thing, right? 15 feet if you have a curb extension. AB 825, which is going to regulate sidewalk biking or permit sidewalk biking in certain circumstances. So we heard from
825?
825. We heard from Kristen Adera, right, that she biked on the sidewalk on Cloverfield because that was literally the safest way for her to get to school in the morning. And I think AB 825 would probably permit that. Does your work plan include those two, presuming they get signed, and then also, and I think this is from last year's state legislation, the city's new authority to reduce speed limits without having to use the 85th percentile rule? Are those somewhere in the work plan?
So definitely not the sidewalk riding thing, because I didn't even know about that. And I don't know, and the other one was to do what? Sorry, what was the first one?
Parking, so it would restrict
Yeah, so-
parking,
So we already are.
repainting the,
Yeah, we already include that in what we're doing. We've been using a standard from MassDOT in Massachusetts because we felt like that was kind of in terms of clear, like red curb clearances from intersection.
Yes.
That provided the best balance between parking, loss mitigation, as well as visibility.
Yep.
So we've been using that, and I think from an intersection, it's 30 feet.
Oh,
standard. So,
okay. Yeah, you can
so
go
it actually
further.
would be more than that. And then in terms of the, sorry, what was the last one?
Sidewalk biking, parking by intersections, and speed limit reductions.
Speed limit.
Like Pico.
Yeah, so we are going to include that.
Okay.
We need to update our engineering traffic study, which establishes the speed limit. We're waiting to do it until the spring or like after the new year, because you can't incorporate what that law says in terms of speed limit reduction. It won't until July of next year.
Oh, okay.
So
Great.
we're planning to do that study to incorporate that so that those speed limits can actually incorporate the speed reduction in effect. And
Okay.
it just adds like extra rounding down. Like there's a whole formula of like you round up, you round down based on the 85th percentile. You still do that, but now there's extra elements of rounding down the speed limit based on safety corridor or
Right.
primary pedestrian bicycle facility. And in our city, based on their definitions of those things, pretty much every street qualifies. So we will be doing that new speed limit setting, but it will happen early next year so that it can take effect in July 1 and be effective.
Okay. We heard from a student about, I think from Alex, about super blocks. That's a much longer conversation, but I think a much shorter conversation is expanding the number of four-way stops in, off of main corridors. I have been asking about Washington and Yale, for example, for a long time, because Washington, you can just sort of, there are stretches of it east of 26th without stop signs. I mean, they're every 2 or 3 blocks, and I'm wondering whether there's some conversation possible about kind of slowing traffic, to Commissioner Hamilton's point, by increasing the number of places where everybody's coming to a stop, particularly in neighborhoods where we want to encourage biking, and if that's a conversation that can be had.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of a conversation that is being had. I don't know, Jason, how many intersections is it? There's about a dozen intersections where four-way stops were requested from community members. To do that, it's important that we do like a warrant analysis of that. So we have done a warrant analysis about the dozen or so requests that we've gotten, and we're working through that analysis now and coming up with a justification for putting it in or not putting it in. I think in most cases, we're probably doing it. So yeah, I mean, and some of those are on bike corridors, and we've had that conversation. But yeah, I think you said Washington and what?
Yale.
Yale. Oh, there's not
Yeah,
one there.
because Yale is like an east side, north, south.
That one is not on
Corridor.
that list, but
Okay.
yeah, so I mean, we're totally open to that, and yeah, and there's about 12 intersections right now that we're working on.
Okay, I'm almost done. So this next one is about pedestrian safety at corners. One of the, when we make choices, we live with the choices that we make. So allowing people per state law to walk through flashing don't walk phases has at certain intersections led to backed up cars trying to make right turns and not being able to get through. And certainly I've seen that on Pico and 20th, for example, at certain hours when there are a lot of people crossing 20th on Pico, and you've got these lines of cars trying to make a right turn toward the on-ramp or go north. Similarly, I know there are a lot of conversations about our scrambles, whether or not we're letting people, how we're communicating to cars that they cannot go through on the, ped phase of scrambles, how we're messaging to bikes about whether they can or cannot go through. And I know that's a long saga, but it raises some questions like adding more no right on red, which is a growing conversation I know statewide, because we allow it, but should we? and then potentially extending the solid don't stop phase at certain intersections to allow, once the flashing red light has come to an end, to allow vehicles to make those turns with no pedestrians, or alternatively, adding green right turn arrows in certain places so it's really clear. This is a phase for cars, this is a phase for people. I'm just wondering if that's, because I see that as a little bit of the next frontier here with those right turn traffic collisions.
Yeah, thanks for keeping me sharp and on my toes.
Sorry, I'm just running down. You haven't been here in 4 years. I'm so excited to see you.
It's a very complicated question with lots of nuance in the answers. I don't even know where to begin.
I've even drawn Jason in.
Yeah, Jason can start maybe with no right turn.
Yeah.
Hi, Jason Klieger, Mobility Manager. Thanks for the opportunity. A couple months ago, we released an information item that addressed a lot of this, and at the request of council, and we talked about no red on red, leading pedestrian intervals, pedestrian recall. The long and the short of it is there's a lot that we can be doing with the programming of our traffic signals, and we are slowly rolling these things out. We know that there's more to do. As Kyle mentioned, we have 2 staff in our traffic engineering unit, and so I'm very excited to announce that, well, it's not news because council added it to the budget, but there is a new position being added to our unit. That's the city traffic engineer, and actually that job posting is now online, so if anyone's listening, be sure to apply or share with your networks. But once we're able to have that added capacity in that unit, we'll be able to do more in that space. Were there more specifics on that?
No, that's helpful. And if we could get a copy of that information item, I'd love to read it.
Yeah, it's online. If you just Google Santa Monica information items, it was released a couple months ago under the Department of Transportation.
Okay.
And I can be sure to share it with Roxanne as well.
Terrific. Okay, while you're up, I'll ask my last question for either you or Kyle. Big things coming in a few years, A, the Olympics, B, the potential redevelopment of the airport into, I hope, a park, but lots of data getting collected. And I noticed in your long-term planning that you were kind of vague about kind of north-south routes, appropriately so, because we don't know what's going to exactly happen there. How are you positioning the city for a multimodal Olympic experience? Obviously, we want people to come here not in a single occupancy vehicle. And then are you fully at the table? I hope the answer is just yes, that you're fully at the table for the airport reimagining.
Yeah, so on the Olympics, there's not a whole lot to report just yet. I wish there were. I know that it's several years away, but it feels like we're already behind, frankly. But we have begun meeting regularly with officials from LA28. The totality of their ask with regards to transportation is not exactly clear just yet, but we do know that they are committed to a car-free games and that tickets to events and venues will be bundled with transportation passes. And so, we will be playing our part in making sure that the folks that come here for beach volleyball and others who will undoubtedly come to Santa Monica during the Olympics and Paralympic Games will be able to enjoy a great transportation experience, and we'll be doing everything we can to ensure that our streets are not, gridlocked and that all the parking is taken up during those events. With regards to the airport, there is an interdepartmental team within the city that was partnering on developing the RFP and the RFQ that was released, and I believe it's been made public that there was one firm that was selected, and so the contracting is moving forward, and that there's also a democratic lottery component. But nevertheless, there is an interdepartmental team that involves Department of Transportation as well as the broad cross-section of all of our units to be at the table in that process, and to obviously we don't need to get into all of it here, but the voters are going to be playing a big part in this, but staff will be doing their part to guide things and ensuring that citywide goals are reflected in whatever ends up happening with that land.
Great, thank you very much. And the World Cup too is coming, and we'll have people coming out here during that as well. So thank you. This, I know, was a long list. Thanks to you, thanks to Kyle, thank you to Anuj Gupta, who's here too, I see. Long list, but I appreciate you being here, and maybe we'll get you back fewer than 4 years from now.
Thank you, Mr. Landers, and thank you for really motivating us to bring this item to our commission. Commissioner Tolkien, I'll turn it over to you.
I just wanted to first start off by commending you, Kyle, and the rest of the staff for a beautiful presentation. Like anything, a program like this, the measures that you input are great because of you tackling a big problem, which is the intermodal safety. And there are times when these things have to be tweaked. I hope you're looking back at this. I've received a personal complaint about some of the bollards that are cutting off parking lots for different commercial. And I think it needs just to be looked at, where maybe there are too many bollards in certain locations.
Are you talking about like left turns into parking structures?
I'm talking about specifically 10th and Wilshire. That 4 bollards less might be okay. Then I also wanted to ask you whether you're considering lighting levels in your design. I think this is a 24-hour city, and I think it's important that, safety is an issue, lighting can help.
Definitely.
And so I'm thinking that's a very important component which should be looked at.
Yeah, we definitely, we look at lighting as much as we can. So obviously, whenever there's like a new crosswalk, all the lighting has to be upgraded to account for that sort of thing. There are some projects that have incorporated a lot of lighting, like 17th Street got all new pedestrian scale lighting, from Wilshire to Pico. Similarly on 4th Street going over the bridge right out here, they're putting it in now. It's under construction. All new pedestrian scale lighting over the bridge. So there are certain projects that are hyper-focused on lighting, and then there's other projects where it is something we look at and we think about, especially when there's like a new crossing, and make sure there's appropriate lighting. And so we think about it. We definitely want to add it. And we can in some places, but also, not to like come back to the money all the time, but also like putting in all new lighting is a very expensive component of a lot of this stuff. So
Of course.
if lighting is adequate, that's kind of not something we focus on, but so we do look at it, especially when it's absolutely.
I just think it's a very important component, especially for older people like me. And to be safe for other people on bikes or whatever it is, and their bikes at night and bikes,
Yeah, 100%.
whatever. But great presentation. Thank you.
I'll turn it back over to Commissioner Fresco.
One really quick question.
Quickly, yes, thanks.
You just mentioned the lighting on the Main Street Bridge. Just remember, didn't you just say that?
The 4th Street Bridge?
Oh, you said 4th Street, never mind. Okay, I'm done, thank you.
I have a few quick questions, and I'll make this quick. First, I know during COVID, the big buttons were turned off on intersections. Are those back on?
Yes.
Do you know if there are plans to turn them off?
Are there plans to turn off the big buttons? No, I'll let Jason answer that one.
So that was also a topic that was covered in that information item.
Okay.
Which I found, thank you.
Great. And one, yes, there are people that, call them beg buttons and want them to be turned off, but there's some programming considerations that need to be factored into whether they're in use or not. If there is no button to push, then the pedestrian phase needs to be activated every time, and it will cause a situation where it will have to cycle to the side street in order to cycle through, even if there's no pedestrian and there's no car. So if there's only cars on the main street and there are no buttons to actuate it, then it has to just assume that there's a pedestrian at regular intervals and continue cycling through. So at certain times of the day, it's probably fine, but overnight and to the wee hours, it could contribute into a situation where vehicles are having to stop unnecessarily, then they see that there's no cross traffic, and then the next time they're there, oh, I know that there's nobody here and it just does that, but then there is a person there. So there's some potential safety ramifications from doing that sort of change. There's also some, and it's in the report, but there were a couple legal rulings from cases in other parts of the country that basically said that those are necessary and they need to be upgraded to have like a vibration and a noise for them to be ADA compliant. And so that's kind of the guidance that we're getting from the federal regulators. And so I doubt we'll be in a position to just completely remove them all. But one of the things that we are keen to look into is it's called pedestrian recall, and basically putting certain intersections in pedestrian recall, especially in certain locations and especially at certain times of the day, so that yes, there'll be a button there, but you don't even have to push it. It'll just come on regularly because, and we'll do that based on safety and volumes of different users.
Great. I do want to just give a shout out to the enforcement side of this work. And I know you folks work very closely with the enforcement team, and it would only be, I think, appropriate to recognize the fact there was a traffic services officer who was injured last week, and all of our thoughts are certainly with them for a full and complete and speedy recovery. On that note, it was unfortunate that the council was not able to act on the 16 item about enforcing cars and bike lanes, and I, for one, certainly hope that you'll get direction to act on that quickly, because it is frankly a real problem for folks who use those bike lanes. I was really excited to see the East Pico safety studies moving forward. I know that the area as you come uphill towards what's 28th/Stewart and Pico has been a real problem in terms of pedestrian safety for a long time. My own personal wish was that we'd have either a traffic light or a stop sign at Pico and Yorkshire as you come up the hill, so that we can stop cars from speeding through that intersection where you really can't see pedestrians until it's too late. I think I agree with many of the comments that my colleagues have made about restricting right turns at busy intersections. One place, speaking of safety, that just kind of falls outside of the boundary of the East Pico Safety Study is the intersection of Pico and Cloverfield, which I hope you can maybe weave into that. There have been many close calls in the last 2 weeks that I've heard of folks crossing on the north side of Pico from the east side of Cloverfield over to the west. And there's kind of a monument sign on the Whole Foods that blocks cars from seeing folks as they're walking into the intersection. And that monument sign also makes it really difficult for cars turning westbound onto Pico from Cloverfield to see cars coming westbound on Pico. So I think that'd be a great location to either move the crosswalk maybe a little bit south further into the intersection so folks can get more visibility of people entering the intersection, and also restricting right-hand turns onto Pico from Cloverfield, because frankly, cars just can't see who's coming from Pico, and I know there have been a few vehicular collisions there in the last 2 weeks. So, to the extent that can be weaved into the safety study, I hope that can still be done. I think we're going to continue to talk about all of these things as we continue to work on the safety element of our general plan over the next few months here. I referenced earlier that, probably more people die and are injured on our roads, I think, than anywhere else in our city. And this is truly a safety priority that we'll continue to talk about in that context. And then finally, well, actually, penultimately, I thought that the solutions that were proposed by some of our speakers earlier were really innovative and really encouraged to see the comments they made. But finally, I know I'm going to sound like a broken record. I've talked about this here a bunch of times, but there is a growing movement in our city to work with federal and state authorities to remove the freeway. And, you know, I hope that you can consider that as part of our long-term plans. I know it's not a city, there are no city plans to do that right now, but there is a desire among many in the community to remove the freeway.
There is Anush is working on a grant application right now. You want to get it?
Good evening, everyone. Anuj Gupta, Interim Director of Transportation. So I think if I sure asking what you may be referring to, or I mean, removing is one thing, but capping, I think, is often sort of the idea that has been previously explored at an early feasibility analysis by city staff many years ago, and now, and I think Commissioner Lambert may have referenced this as well, there's a U.S. Department of Transportation grant program called Reconnecting Communities and Neighborhoods, which is really focused specifically on addressing historic, marginalization, displacement caused by past infrastructure investments, including freeways. So we really feel like, our vision for a potential exploring a freeway cap for the 10 is kind of a home run for the intent of this program, and it's really focused specifically on equity as well. So we are working very quickly because the grant application deadline is next week, but our Public Works Department is leading a grant proposal. We're working with a number of community partners. We'll be engaging for support. It's obviously a massive long-term project, but this would be to initiate and accelerate feasibility studies of a phased freeway capping project that would, literally sort of reconnect the Pico neighborhood, add a whole lot of green space, facilitate economic as well as mobility connections, safety, et cetera. So that's definitely something we have had our eye on for a long time, but now we have kind of an alignment of our long-term vision with this federal grant program and just where the current federal administration is really focused on investing infrastructure and grant dollars. And so it's something that we're very excited about, and it's very timely because the city manager has been reaching out this week to a lot of community partners that we'll need in this effort, as well as the college, the school district, to really see what we can do to get our grant successful and move that forward. So.
Great. I see a few other hands. If we could just keep this quick since we're running late.
It's going to be quick. I just wanted to let you know, I've been involved in the Hollywood Cap Park for what feels like my whole life. It's a very lengthy process, and I'm really glad you're going to start with a feasibility study. Is that what you're applying for?
Yes.
And it's a good thing you're all young.
Commissioner Landers.
Thanks. While you're up, two quick things that I neglected to bring up. One is, while you're here, Anuj, years ago, I had a conversation with Francie Steffen about Pico and the possibility of proper bike lanes on Pico because it's needed, in the most ideal sense. And one of the things that came back was this notion that we had an issue with the width of the lanes because of the width of buses. And I'm wondering whether there's an opportunity to think about getting narrower buses down, in a long-term plan. It's not just about creating the bike lanes, it's also about, so we don't hear from Big Blue Bus that we can't do it because their buses are too wide. Do you think there's an opportunity, I'm not saying for next budget year, but, down the line to be reconfiguring our transit so that we have more room for what we need?
Sure. So I'll say a couple things to that, Commissioner Landers. Number one, 6 weeks in, so
yeah,
that's the disclaimer.
Dream big.
But I think that also actually is timely because our Big Blue Bus team is at the early stages of kicking off their periodic, what we call the COA, the Comprehensive Operational Analysis. It's a mouthful, but what it actually really is just a major long-term planning effort for what will routes look like, what will service look like, and that will include a very robust community engagement component, where I think that's the type of kind of intersectional idea that would be really welcome to be input into that process. And obviously, to the extent that that implicates planning for bike lanes, it's good that we're all under one roof now in the Department of Transportation. So our team will be able to be integrated in assessing those kinds of ideas and how, something like bus width would impact the feasibility of bike routes.
Great. Thank you. And then my last question is about going back on enforcement, which is one area where we do have some issues is continuing people using e-bikes, e-scooters on sidewalks, which of course impacts pedestrians of all abilities. And I'm just sort of wondering what the framework, what the enforcement framework is there. We want it to be equitable, we want it to be fair to everybody, but we also want to keep our sidewalks reasonably safe.
Yeah, wow, throwback question there. Scooters on sidewalks. It's been a little while for that one, but I mean, I think like with anything, right? Our department partners closely with PD on identifying priority corridors for enforcement, whether that's pedestrian, bike, vehicle, scooters, and then it becomes a resource game, right, and a capacity game. However, I think PD, particularly during sort of the early scooter years, 2018, 2019, was successful at working with the state to kind of broaden state-funded enforcement operations to include scooter safety enforcement as well. So I think that's something that we'll continue talking about. And then, we've fortunately seen improvements on the operator side in terms of, to some extent, mitigation of sidewalk riding, and that's part of why we're hopefully going to be transitioning at some point soon to a contracted model for shared mobility as well. So we'll have kind of a more close relationship and the ability to work with our permitted scooter operators in the city on safety as well.
Great, thank you. I think that's one of the opportunities this is the last thing I'll say. One of the opportunities that comes up when you look at this came from the students, both at SMC and at the high school, to look at where they're moving around, right? So that we're making sure that students going to school, going to after-school programs, whether it's athletics or something else, those corridors are both safe for them, and also, since they're also somewhat likely to be, some of them are using scooters, we're making sure that the streets are safe for them so they don't feel like they have to go on the sidewalk to be safe. And frequently those transit points are also the transit points that are being used by families on their way home from elementary school or preschool. I think there's an opportunity there to think about that kind of wayfinding. Commissioner Hamilton was alluding to this earlier, and so I'm excited to see that you're doing it, and thank you again.
Great. Well, thank you so much for spending your evening with us. This was a really, really valuable conversation, and thank you, everyone, for organizing this. Yeah, so I would like to take a 5-minute break, but I wonder if we can permit Commissioner Fresco to, or if we could begin at 9:00 and permit Commissioner Fresco to make an announcement before we begin our 5-minute break, lest we keep Commissioner Fresco here longer than necessary.
As happened when you had your first hearing that this is a continuation of, I still have a conflict with this project because I was very involved with other aspects of this property through the landmarks process and an equity project and a whole bunch of other things that, so I will be going home during your break. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, yeah, let's take a quick break. Let's resume, let's say 8:28, and hopefully we'll start at 8:30.
That's only 3 minutes.
That's 5 minutes.
It's 5 minutes.
All right, folks, we're going to get rolling here. It's 8:32, going back on the record. All right, so we're back with agenda item 9A. Before we proceed further with this item, I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any updated ex partes or further ex partes, and we'll begin with Commissioner Hamilton.
Yeah, I have I wasn't at the previous two meetings. This is my first time with this before me as a commissioner. And so I did review and read all of the written items and listen to or watch the videos of the previous two meetings. So I have that to disclose, so I believe qualified to vote on this. I did receive, I think, a lot of the same emails that others have received from the architects on either side or representatives of the residents. I forwarded those along to the chair. I did have a separate email correspondence with the applicant's architect. He asked me if I had any questions, and I responded that I did not. And that was the extent of that communication. I also went to the property and attempted to walk down the walk street, but was unable to.
Great. Commissioner Lambert?
Before the last hearing, I visited the site with the appellant's team and walked the property and got a good look at what's there now and what's next door to it. And back then, I had a number of conversations with that team. And then the architect called me yesterday to see if I had any questions, and I didn't. So that was that. And then in the meantime, I have communicated with staff on two issues. And as always, Ross Furman was prompt and thorough. The two issues were whether or not SB 8 and SB 330 apply to this project, because there was some allegation made in a comment that this replacement housing requirements are in place here, which I don't believe they are, according to staff. And the other issue was the daylight plane and whether it applies. And I'm satisfied with what staff's response was to me. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Landers?
So the first disclosure would be that I have reviewed all the, I've watched the video and reviewed the written materials from the July meeting that I did not attend. So having been at the February meeting and having the February 2021 meeting and having watched the July 2023 meeting, I'm prepared to participate in this matter. I also received multiple emails from Mr. Metcher and from various folks at Angel Law regarding the project, most of which I think were scheduling requests or scheduling offers. I did not meet with either of those parties, with the applicant or with anyone else. And I'm just realizing that I have an email that was, I don't know if it was sent to other people, but I have probably a similar email that Commissioner Tolkien received. He mentioned Diane Miller, which I will forward, but I didn't respond because I didn't take meetings on this item. And I should say I drive past the site quite frequently.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Tolkien?
Yeah, I had another contact from Diane Miller about it. I met with her and briefly talked about it with her. And that's it. I've been by the property several times, so.
Great. I will incorporate by reference the prior ex parte disclosures of the prior hearings. Since then, I met with Greg Ginter, the architect for the neighbors, on August 30th at just outside of the project site, and we conferred about the project and potential conditions of approval. I've had a few phone calls with Ralph Metcher since the past hearing, also regarding the project and conditions of approval, most recently yesterday and today. And I also received the email from Diane Miller that Commissioner Landers referenced. With that, I'm going to, to preview, we're going to be hearing public comment on this item, and I'm going to make a motion that we reopen the public hearing to allow the project applicant to provide a presentation for the purposes, well, to reopen the public hearing and to give them an opportunity to speak per our rules of order.
I'll second, but could we have some time limits?
Yes, I'll say that the default under our rules of order, when we have 7 or more speakers, is 10 minutes, and is 2 minutes for members of the public.
Right.
I'd say let's stick with the 10-minute limit, and hopefully they won't need that whole time, but let's stick with 10 minutes.
So we'll have an update from staff, 10 minutes from the applicant, public comment, and a will they get rebuttal?
They will get rebuttal, yes.
3 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, I'll second that.
I have a question.
Sure.
It's actually a comment, and it's obviously subject to debate, and whether it's legal or not is another issue. And then I would ask the people who are speaking tonight, try to focus on what's actually before us tonight, because it's been redesigned, it's a different project. We have a different statement of official action. And I would just appreciate if we don't go back through what we did before, because it's up to you, but I think most pointed would be if you actually address what's before us tonight.
Well, for the record, I don't think that's incorporated as part of the motion, but I understand your comments. Let's take a roll call vote on the motion since we have a first and second. That's for the record here.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert,
Yes.
Commissioner Landris,
Yes.
Vice Chair Raskin,
Yes.
Commissioner Tulkin.
Yes.
Great. With that, Ross, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Commissioners. I will try to make my presentation brief. So we are here for 1665 Appian Way. 4 entitlements are being requested. One is for a development review permit. The second is for a vesting tentative parcel map to allow a Tier 2 2-unit condominium development. On top of those development entitlements, there is a request for a variance to reduce the 30-foot front yard setback to 15. At least that was the original request. Also, a major modification request to reduce the planting area by 9.2%. The location of the project is, as I mentioned, 1665 Appian Way with the frontage on Arcadia Terrace Walk Street. It's located in the R3 and Beach Overlay districts. The parcel is approximately 4,414 square feet in size. And one thing that is unique to this walk street is there is a private easement, a walk and park easement, which requires 5 feet to be provided for the walk. So that would be half of the walk street, and then 10 feet for what is defined as park. The private easement doesn't exactly define what park is, but there is a 15-foot easement for every property that fronts Arcadia Terrace. Just to go over some quick project details, these numbers are the original proposal, so it's not necessarily a redesigned, but this is what the project was when it came before you in July. So again, it's a Tier 2. The height is 40 feet. There's 3 stories being provided with a semi-subterranean basement level for underground parking. The total square footage of the project would have been 5,424 square feet divided between those 3 stories. There are 2 units, one 3-bedroom, one 2-bedroom, all over 2,000 square feet in size. 4 parking spaces are provided and a total of 7 bike parking spaces. So that was the original request. So as mentioned, this project has come before the Commission twice already. Once in February of 2021. This was when the first review happened, but was ultimately continued at the request of the applicant to have an opportunity to reevaluate the project based on the Commission's discussion at that hearing. Subsequently, in July of this year, the continued hearing took place. However, after staff and applicant presentations and public comment, the Commission closed the public comment period at that time, commenced discussion, but ultimately further continued the item to allow staff the opportunity to prepare a revised STOA that reflected the Commission's direction, because staff's original recommendation was denial of the project, so we did not have a STOA to reflect anything but that. So that's what we've been doing since July, based off of the direction that the commission gave at the July hearing. The direction that the commission gave, which was really first led by former Commissioner Fondo Bernardi, really focused on 4 points. The first one was that he suggested, and the commission provided the direction, to allow the proposed 15-foot front setback for the basement and first story, as the height of the first story kind of aligns with the elevation of where the stairs kind of conclude and the walk street kind of begins past the gate, but require that all stories above the first story be stepped back to 30 feet. The second one was to require a visually transparent open guardrail for any upper story outdoor space that was created by pulling in any of those upper stories that needed to be pulled into the 30-foot. That was really only the second story. So if that space was designed to have upper story outdoor space, there would be a visually transparent guardrail. The third was that the stairwell and elevator projections above the roofline be reduced to 8 feet. I think the original plans had them at 12. And the fourth one was to require that the architectural fins on the side and rear elevations be reduced to 18 inches. So those were the 4 direction points that the commission gave to staff to incorporate into a STOA. So ultimately, how did those get into the STOA? So those really kind of manifested in 3 conditions. The first one's fairly lengthy, but I have some diagrams to kind of break it down. But ultimately is to approve the variance, the approved variance consists of a reduced front setback of 15 feet. All portions of the structure above the first story and at the height elevations as shown on the plans shall be stepped back an additional 15 feet from the approved 15-foot front setback. And then all other standards, including but not limited to the additional step backs for upper stories, shall be based on the approved 15-foot front setback. Just to pause there, that was specifically added because there was a discussion really from the commission that really only the second floor felt like it needed to be pulled in. There was really no direction to staff regarding the third floor, as some of these upper story step backs would have affected it. So that's why staff went in that direction, which my diagrams might hopefully illustrate that a little bit better. And then any new upper story outdoor space created by the second story being stepped back an additional 15 feet shall be required to have a visually transparent open guardrail. And ultimately, this redesign would need to happen prior to being reviewed for its formal design review. Condition number 3 was that the stairwell and elevator height projection would be limited to 8 feet. And the fourth condition was the architectural fins would be pulled into 18 inches. So to kind of illustrate condition 1, I'm hoping these diagrams will help. So ultimately, the first piece was the front setback, where allowing it to be at the 15 feet. So you'll see the blue line is the parcel line, the 15-foot would be the red, and then the original front setback of 30 would be the purple. So ultimately, by allowing the 15-foot setback for the semi-subterranean garage and first story, but then pulling in the second and third to the 30-foot. So really, it's really just affecting that yellow-orange translucent square that would be the second floor being pulled into 30 feet. And the third floor would stay as is, as there was no direction to really apply any additional standards to that floor. But then the next kind of layer would be the daylight plane. So ultimately, the daylight plane is very much measured on where is the front setback. So as the front setback was essentially approved in some regards at the 15 feet, you will see the daylight plane will go up 35 feet, starting at the front setback, and then angled to the rear of the property at a 45-degree angle. If measured at the 15-foot, it will not have really any impact on the third floor or any of the massing of the building. If it was measured at the original 30-foot front setback, really there's just a small kind of upper corner that would get cut off through the daylight plane. So either way the daylight plane is implemented, the building is pretty code compliant even as is. The next layer is there is also an additional step back requirement for any floor above the second floor. So in this case, it's just the third floor, that an average of 10 feet from the second floor facade be set back. So you can really implement an average of 10 feet in a very different way. I just did it in a very straightforward way, that if measured from where the front facade would now be, which would be at the 30-foot front setback, or the 30-foot dimension, there would be an additional 10 feet cut out of the front of the third floor. The reason, again, why staff is suggesting that this standard be measured from the 15-foot front setback line, or the new 15-foot setback line, is because there was no direction provided that there was any issue with the third floor. At one point, I think Commissioner Farner Bernardi said the third floor is already pulled back 15 feet, so no additional changes would be needed. So that's kind of the direction staff took in crafting that condition. And then ultimately, this is just kind of what the building will look like with that condition in totality placed, where the daylight plane is not necessarily affecting any of the massing. The second floor has been pulled back an additional 15 feet, and the third floor is relatively the same as it was originally proposed. So hopefully that demonstrated that a little bit better. So as mentioned, we are opening up public hearing, the public comment again, due to kind of the additional information that is being provided through this new STOA, these new conditions, and ultimately also as there are new commissioners at the dais. So we did notice the property to the surrounding 750-foot radius. We published the Santa Monica Daily Press, and ultimately we received 8 comment letters. This is just kind of a summary. One was in regards to compliance with SB 330 and SB 8, as Commissioner Lambert said, due to the application being deemed complete back in 2016, SB 330 and SB 8 does not apply to this project. There was a handful of comment letters that reiterated the Commission's direction and at times requested additional conditions be placed on the project. There was comment letters regarding opening up the public comment. There was a letter in support of the draft conditions, but with a request to revise the 8-foot height limitation for the elevator shaft to 9 feet, as they feel like that is the height that is needed to accommodate the elevator and the mechanical equipment that is associated with it. And then ultimately, just discussion on how development standards should be implemented or not, such as the daylight plane. And that concludes my presentation, so I'm here to answer any of your questions.
Great, thank you very much. Do we have any questions?
I have a question, and I'm going to ask your question if you don't mind.
Okay.
Is the city right now subject to SB 35? Because that does have replacement, but it's also elective on the part of the developer, correct?
That's correct. We are subject for a certain category, and it is an election that an applicant would make.
So it's not universally applied, it's whether a developer decides to use SB 35, right?
Yes, SB 35 has a list of very specific conditions that also must be met in order to qualify
Right.
for the streamlining, and that is part of the developer's election.
Right.
Is to make sure that, all of.
And
the
SB 423 follows through with that as well, right? It's still elective by the developer if we are penalized with 423.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Great, Commissioner Landers?
Yeah, so I'll ask the question in a different way, which is, I understood that side of it. My understanding is that SB 423 will extend to the coastal zone. And so my question is not so much about the developer election as it is just, and I think it's important to have this in the record, because we are taking potentially, if this is approved, 4 units are going away and being replaced with 2 units. And so that's, I know this is not subject to net loss provisions, but to what extent, I mean, I would argue if I were, when we get through this, if we get to a place of approval, I would argue that because it came through in 2016 and because SB 423 has not been signed, that we as a city should not be penalized in any way for the reduction in units. But I'm curious whether or not that count is going to hit us in some way retroactively relative to our current RHNA goals.
I do not anticipate any penalties for the city in that regard. You know, the default is that a law would not necessarily apply retroactively, right? So I'm not aware of any provisions in SB 423 that would look back. And I do think one thing to mention, and it is in the STOA, is that you know, as part of housing element compliance, the city is calculating the suitable sites inventory and on all of that. So you did see that 4 units were planned for the site, 2 are on there. But, you know, the calculation is done, as with every housing project, in that way, just to ensure that that number is there. That's what the buffer was for.
Right, okay. So we would be underperforming on this site, but there was I mean, I saw the discussion. There's some question as to whether or not the site would ever perform to the SSI number. Okay. I have a question, one other question about the change in the design, because if I remember from earlier today when I watched the July hearing, there was some discussion of a very tall elevator shaft that has now been brought down in size to, I believe, 8 feet. Or are you going to go up to 9?
At the moment, we wrote the condition as 8 feet.
At 8, right, yeah.
That was the direction, but I think there is a request by the applicant to revise that to 9.
And
that's not reflected
That's
in
not
this.
reflected here.
This is the old plans. I just kind of mocked up myself. I believe the applicant has provided slightly updated plans in their presentation, so maybe those would be helpful to review. But there's not been an official resubmittal to reflect the direction that the commission gave back in July.
Got
This
it,
was just
okay.
me doctoring the plans myself.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else have questions? Otherwise, I'll take the floor. Commissioner Hamilton?
I have a question. And this may have been covered and I missed it in a previous meeting. So can you park, if with a 30-foot setback, are you able to park 4 cars with an exit on Appian Way that would allow them to egress?
So since the July hearing, we did meet with our mobility staff to kind of just say, is this the only way they could provide the 4 spaces? Could they have provided it off the alley? And it was kind of determined or recommended that this configuration of taking it off Appian Way is the more superior entrance. And also they felt that there would have always been a need to utilize some of the front setback for the parking, just due to there needs to be 4, there needs to be a ramp kind of going down, there needs to be enough backup space. So there would have always been a need to utilize some of the front setback. And they actually said that if it was ever taken off the alley, that there most likely would have been a need to ask for more than what is being asked. But ultimately, that is looking at the plans provided, not necessarily they aren't able to redesign it themselves, but that was their professional judgment.
Did they give any indication about what that setback should be to accommodate 4 cars?
They actually felt that the design proposed was the correct design. They felt like maybe a couple feet could have been shaved off of the kind of common turnaround area, but they said that this amount gave a more comfortable configuration for parking. So they felt like this was a sufficient and adequate design.
Okay.
So they didn't give me an exact measurement, but they essentially felt this was correct.
All right. No questions at this point.
Thank you. Commissioner Landers?
So I'm just want to clarify, and we'll hear from the applicant as well. Because I drive this stretch quite frequently on Sunday mornings, taking my daughter somewhere on the pier, and what I have noticed is that traffic patterns are full of, I will put this as diplomatically as possible, extremely confused drivers who are not paying attention to where, they're only paying attention to where they can park. And so they miss pedestrians, they miss what's happening on the street. That egress, and I'm assuming mobility, you're saying that mobility has reviewed it. How transparent is it to the street? And what provisions is staff
recommending be put in place so that a car coming in, coming out will not sneak up on one of these, hashtag extremely confused drivers.
So the development standard we have in place for all projects is our hazardous visual obstruction triangles. So at any time a driveway is going to intersect a public right-of-way, there's a 5x5 triangle to make sure there's kind of no blind corners, that they can kind of start anticipating, seeing around the corner. So that is very much in place for this access point along Appian Way. There's no other development standards that are a requirement to provide more transparency or safety, but that standard is held through every project in Santa Monica, whether it's single family or multifamily, and that, I don't have a site plan in front of it on the screen, but that is very much in place.
And the presumption is that a driver exiting the property is going to be exiting, they're not going to be backing out, they're going to be,
Yes.
they're going to be driving out.
The whole backup is in the parking area.
Okay.
So that's why mobility felt that a little bit of extra room allowed that to happen far more smooth and to not be backing out into Appian Way.
Okay, because just a block away, you've got these very obvious driveways that
There will
people
be
back in and out of, but
There's
okay, that's
plenty of
great.
space to back up
Okay.
in the subterranean garage.
Perfect, thank you.
Great. Commissioner Hamilton, do you have another question?
I have one more question.
Yeah, go for it.
I want to get some clarification. So it sounds like that if we were not to grant the variance, the applicant would, because they can't park 4 cars without it, would be forced into a single-family home, potentially.
Or they would have to seek, we would not necessarily apply parking standards, but they might need to seek, approval via the California Coastal Commission to have reduced parking. So, and what we're experiencing the Coastal Commission is 4 spaces will most likely be the requirement. So not granting this variance would very much impact their ability to park the project.
Right.
And therefore the feasibility of it.
Right, right. And this is zoned R3. And there's some discussion about whether a single-family home could be built in an R3 zone. My understanding is that those streamlining bills, pass through Sacramento, would not apply in this situation because the applicant is requesting a variance.
That is up for a little bit of debate, that does that kick you out because you are not technically a code compliant project? But I do want to state that, our development standards are not what it would be keeping this to only a single family house. I mean, ultimately, I think they could actually get 3 units due to our density calculations. They're choosing to do 2, probably for a variety of reasons, parking being 1, as if you do more units, then there needs to be more parking. But our development standards are not only allowing them a single unit or even 2, they can do more. But I believe there is discussion on, because they're asking a variance and modification from development standards, that ultimately it may kick them out of it's not a HAA compliant housing because it's not code compliant essentially.
Right. So, right, the HAA, the protections under the Housing Accountability Act are for code compliant projects. That's correct. And to your point, many of the new state laws do appear to contemplate, code compliant projects in order to get, because they're ministerially approved and all of that sort of thing. So that generally indicates that the idea is that if you meet the development standards that are in place, then you get these
Right.
protections.
Right. I mean, the conversation was that we had to grant the variance, or that was in order to prevent a situation where a single-family home was created in an R3 based on current state law. But that would not necessarily be a standard that we could apply here because of the time at which they applied and because of the fact that they're requesting a variance. So it does sound like it's within the realm of possibility for us to not grant a variance, have a single-family home produced, and still not run afoul of either state or local.
If they were to abandon this project and they would start new today, they would be subject to SB 330 and SB 8, which would require 4 units to be replaced. This project doesn't have that requirement due to its application date, but if they were to start new, then the current state law would kick in.
Right, okay. Thank you. That's really
Oh,
helpful.
hold on. Commissioner Tolkien has a question.
I just want to know if staff knows, how many units are in the unit to the east of this?
To the east of it is just a single-family house.
That's what
But
I
It
thought.
was built prior to also state law. I think it was 2017.
That's what I thought.
could be wrong about that, but yes, it's only 1 unit.
All right.
I just have a clarification question.
Let's go with Commissioner Landers.
Thank you. To this exchange, I feel like I would be remiss if I didn't at least put on the record that there has been some discussion between the commission and the city attorney's office as to whether or not the granting of a variance or a major mod or a waiver then brings the project into a status that requires SB 330 consideration. At one point, we were arguing that once we had done that, that triggered SB 330. But the city's position has been that the package is the package. And so if a project requires a major mod or a variance or a waiver, then it is not SB 330 qualified. There has been some debate, and I just want to name that it was not, it's been settled. The city has it settled, I think, but we've discussed that on the dais before.
Let's not get too far into discussion.
no one
I
knows what we're
appreciate the
talking
city attorney.
I just have a,
Okay. All
I
right,
have a
Commissioner Landers.
clarification. I could have sworn, unless I dreamed it, at the last hearing that someone said that you could no longer build a single-family house on an R3 property. Is that correct? So a single-family house would be a new application, so it's not possible.
Yeah, for a variety of reasons.
They would have to reapply.
Right, and then they would be under the new rule of no single-family home.
All right, we're still sticking to clarifying questions at this point. All right, I've got 2. First, forgive me for not emailing you about this earlier, I meant to, but condition of approval number 7 has a condition about unit mix.
Yes.
Forgive me if this is just floating right over my head, but can you explain why that's in there if this is a 2-unit project?
It's because it's a tier 2 project.
Oh,
So tier
okay,
2s kick
okay,
in
okay.
community benefits, which they don't have to provide an affordable unit, but there is still a unit mix requirement. That is why it's in there. And they are meeting that with even the 2 units, because they're both 2 or more bedrooms.
Got it. Okay, perfect. And then the second, so are we essentially granting a variance from the daylight plane requirements here?
No, I think there would still be very much a daylight plane. It just, if measured from the new 15-foot front setback, it wouldn't impact the current design.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, and forgive the esoteric comment, or question, so we're not granting a variance from the otherwise applicable 30-foot mark at which the daylight plane is measured?
Yeah, those are still applicable, just part of the condition of the variance is allowing them to be measured from that front yard setback, which they are always required to be measured from the front setback. So it's just clarification of where the new front yard setback is, even though the second and third floor are being pulled in to where the original setback you would have been.
Okay.
It's layered. I understand that it's layered.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Let's move on then, unless there are any other questions at this point, to the applicant presentation. And you've got 10 minutes on the clock, and you'll get 3 minutes for rebuttal later. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair and Honorable Commissioners. My name is Alicia Bartley with the Law Offices of Gaines and Stacy, and we represent the applicant with regard to this matter. Given the extensive presentation and hearing regarding this project at the July meeting, we will keep this quite brief. At that meeting, as staff has indicated, Commission directed staff to prepare findings in support of the project approval with certain conditions that have been summarized in the supplemental staff report. With one minor exception, the applicant agrees with those conditions. Our architect has prepared a few slides that will show the project's compliance. He will walk you through those in just one moment. But before we get to that, I did want to mention the one condition that we do request modification of, and that's condition number 3, which limits the stairwell and elevator height to 8 feet in height. We request that that be increased to 9 feet in height. And the purpose of that is to allow an interior elevator height of 8 feet and the mechanical equipment that will go above that. And that will just, allowing that height will allow the functional, practical nature of these aspects to be used. So I would now like to turn the presentation over to Ralph Metcher, who will walk you through the design updates.
Good evening, Ralph Metcher Architects, 3400 Airport Avenue in Santa Monica. What I've prepared to look at, if you look at these sheets, we'll go floor by floor. On the left is the plan that you've seen before, and on the right is a plan that conforms to the STOA conditions as they're laid out. So in the parking area down below, it's really just changing. Oh, I did that wrong. Okay. It's just, I can't do this pointer. It's just changing the stair a bit, but there's no real change. If we go to the first floor, you will see that the stair is being moved back because it can't exceed the height of the ceiling in the first floor. And in the upper left corner, you'll see that we do have the extra step back cut out for the first floor. If you go to the second floor, you'll see on the right is the plan. It's similar to what staff showed, where it's stepped back 30 feet at that point, and the stair upstairs and downstairs for the left side unit is all been pulled back, and that becomes an outdoor area for this unit. It allows view over it, allows people to talk to people on Arcadia Terrace walking through. If you go to the third floor, there's no change to the plan, but you'll see the buildings pulled back. The same at the mezzanine level and at the roof deck level. Then on the elevations here on the top, you'll see the previous iteration, and on the bottom, it's the STOA conforming. And the same as was showed before, the area is stepped back here above the first floor. The daylight plane is shown here at the 15-foot setback line that the variance establishes. And then this is the north elevation, the old at the top and the new at the bottom, which just shows that the deck level here with the open railing, actually adds character and life to the elevation. We think this meets what the intention was of the maker of the motion and meets the STOA conditions. Technically, to get an 8-foot cab in a custom elevator, we do need 1 foot of airspace above it. And that's why the request is for, at the elevator and the stair at the roof, to have 9 foot instead of 8 foot. That concludes our presentation. We're here to answer questions now or after the public testimony.
Great. Stick around for just one moment. Are there folks who do have questions? All right. Seeing none, we'll go to public comment, and we'll bring you back up for rebuttal afterwards. We've got a bunch of folks here, some of whom are donating time. Our first speaker is going to be Mary Lerner, followed by Tova Kitron, and then Frank Angel, who has some folks who are donating time. So we'll begin with Mary Lerner. Okay, that's not what it says on your card. Folks, are you okay with indulging that? Okay. Sorry, bear with me one second. All right, Tova Kitron?
I'm Tova Kitron, 6061 Appian Way. I'm looking at the condition. Condition number 1 doesn't say where the first floor is going to be measured from. And also, we're going to have a wall of the first floor, and there's no condition saying we need windows. So if a pedestrian goes, there's going to be a wall for the first floor. So that's a condition I think should be there. And that's about it. And I donate the rest of my time to Mr. Ginter.
I'm sorry, you can't break up your time like that. All right, so next we've got Frank Angel, and we've got some folks donating time to Mr. Angel. And Mr. Angel, after you, we've got Greg Ginter with some folks donating time to Mr. Ginter. Before you begin, let me organize who is donating time to you. Eugene Alger, you're here. Audrey Alger, you're here. And Cooper Cass, you're here. All right, so Mr. Angel, you're going to have 2 minutes plus 1 for each donated speaker, is that right? So we've got a total of 5 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Honorable Planning Commissioners. Frank Angel of Angel Law for Gene Alger. Mr. Alger is asking for only 2 conditions to be required by this commission in addition to the conditions expressed by former Commissioner Fonda Bernardi back in July, and as outlined those 4 in the staff report. 1, the daylight plane required by your zoning ordinance must start at 35 feet above the front setback line. Now, what is the front setback line? That line for Arcadia Terrace properties, as you know, is 30 feet, not 15 feet, from the property line. Back in July, you agreed to a variance for the first floor only. The first floor is way below 35 feet. The 35-foot height plane is above the first floor. Obviously, you've seen it on the graphic. It's almost at the ceiling of the second floor. Santa Monica Municipal Code Section 9.08.030B2 is crystal clear on the daylight plane requirement. And I quote, "No portion of the building volume above 35 feet shall encroach into the daylight plane starting at 35 feet above the front setback line and sloping upward toward, at a 45-degree angle toward the rear of the parcel." End of quote. Relatedly, the applicant must comply with the additional 5-foot setback for 25% of the front facade by SMMC section 9.08.030E2, and I quote again, "An additional 5-foot setback beyond the minimum front setback set forth in section 9.08.30 is required for at least 35% of the width of the front facade." So that condition we are requiring that's missing from the staff report is only what your code requires. And the staff report in condition 1 says all other standards, including but not limited to the additional setbacks at upper stories, shall be based on the approved 15 front setback. All we want and ask for is that that be modified to make it consistent with the code to state shall be based on the 30-foot front setback. So what we ask for is not only mandated by these 2 code sections that I quoted, but also the fact that the variance was tentatively approved for the first floor and the semi-subterranean garage only. And also, as will be explained by Mr. Ginter, it carries out the express intent of former Commissioner Fonda Bernardi of his approved motion to do no harm. These were his words, do no harm. The second additional condition we ask for is that you limit the rooftop solar panels to 5 feet above the roof surface. Again, this is nothing more, nothing less of what the city's zoning ordinance already requires. Yet the plans show rooftop solar panels at more than 10 feet above the roof surface. So based on the strict prerequisites for a variance in your code and California case law and the carefully researched staff reports from July 2023 and February 2021. And Commissioner Landris was on the panel at that time as well. We have a very solid case to challenge the variance itself. We are willing to refrain from doing so, however, and thus not force the applicant to reapply and then be subject to SB 330 and have to come back with a 4-unit project. We're willing not to do that. But if he's now allowed variances he didn't even apply for, such as drawing the daylight plane line at 35 feet above a reduced 15-foot setback, when at 35 feet there was no variance granted, it was only granted for the first floor, then we will have no choice but to take this matter to the City Council and the court if necessary, and we'll be ready for the CDP hearing at the Coastal Commission as well. Whether it comes to this or not is now in this commission's hands. We had made that proposal to the attorney for the applicant, for Mr. Rahimi, and we heard back that they want first a decision from this commission, and then they would be open to discussing it. So we're asking this commission to make that change to this commission, as I read it to you, to Commission 1, to comply with the code and not to grant yet another variance, because enough is enough. We're willing to accept what the commission did. We are willing to accept the compromise by former Commissioner Fonda-Bernardi. Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Angel. We have a few questions. If you could just stay up here for a moment. Thank you. Commissioner Landers, looks like you've got a question.
I'm a little bit confused, but perhaps you can enlighten me. I'm looking at page 9 of the draft STOA, if I'm looking at the right draft STOA, and in condition 6, it says, prior to building permit issuance, the proposed project shall demonstrate compliance with the 5-foot height limitation above the roof surface for photovoltaic solar energy systems, unless an alternative height is reviewed and approved by the ARB. So isn't that what you're asking for?
Well, we're asking for that the condition be now that they 5 feet, so that this debate, that everyone has their piece and that this debate doesn't get reopened before the ARB.
So you want to remove the unless, you just want to take away the ARB.
Right.
Okay, understand.
And that's only, again, compliance with the code.
Okay, and when you reviewed the, when you saw the same staff presentation we did, you're arguing for trimming that corner that that Ross mentioned, that little piece.
That the angle, yeah, and so it's a big benefit, as Mr. Ginter will illustrate on his graphics, in terms of solar access for the Walk Street and for the entire neighborhood on Arcadia Terrace. And it's a very minimal loss for them. And it's only, I think, fair, because it is consistent with the do no harm motto that drove the majority motion that was approved last time. And as you can see, it's only a little corner in the upper floor. You can see it by looking at the blue line as it angles 45.
So it's moving the planter back.
That's
Okay.
all we're asking them to compromise, and we will then be able to settle this and not take it anymore.
Thank you. I'm just looking for clarity. I want to understand exactly what you're asking for, so thank you.
You're most welcome.
Mr. Angel, sorry, I have one more question for you. Forgive me. So I hear what you're saying about the daylight plane here, and I'm trying to reconcile this with the first sentence of condition 1 that says that the approved variance consists of a reduced front setback of 15 feet, period. Had the condition gone on and said, well, it does go on. Needless to say, I wonder if you could just opine briefly on how your argument reconciles with just the first sentence of that condition.
The first sentence or the second?
Well, the first sentence. The first sentence says that the reduced front setback is 15 feet.
Right, but then it goes on to say all portions of the structure above the first story, and that includes the height, the plane level of 35 feet, and the height elevations as shown on the plans shall be stepped back an additional 15 feet from the approved 15-foot setback. So I think you have to read those two sentences together.
Got it. So ultimately, it would be your position that if we were to not condition this based on compliance with the daylight plan that you're requesting, that it would ultimately be a variance from the daylight plan.
A de facto variance that wasn't applied for. Right. There was.
Okay.
They didn't even apply for that. They applied for the 30-foot reduction to 15 feet for the entire building, right? But they never applied for variance from the daylight plane rule. And I think that everything above the first story, where you granted the variance or tentatively granted the variance, should then adjust accordingly. Because otherwise, and you will see, you have that sheer wall of 30 foot, which is exactly what your code tries to prevent with the daylight rule and with the additional 5-foot setback rule for the 25% of the front facade.
Okay. I think Commissioner Lambert has a question.
You do understand that with your read of it, the 30-foot setback, it's only just that little corner of the third floor that's taken off.
That's right. It's
So,
not much.
yeah.
But it's a lot of, it's an infinitesimal loss for the applicant there, but it's a huge gain of light, and it will be illustrated by Mr.
How could it
Ginter.
be? Because it's just a corner of the third floor.
You will see it. The architect will present that.
What?
Okay. All right. I think that does it for our questions. We'll, I guess, hear from Mr. Ginter next on this topic. Mr. Ginter, we've got a few folks who are donating time to you, and forgive me, the first name is, maybe Commissioner Landers can help me out here.
Luhanda? Yes, she's here.
Perfect.
There you go.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, forgive me. Is Joel Simpson here? All right. Mary Lerner, you've donated your time as well. And Diane Simpson, are you planning to donate your time? Okay. Okay, so Mr. Ginter, you got 2 minutes plus 3 donated, so you've got a total of 5 minutes.
Okay, how you doing? My name is Greg Ginter. I'm an architect. I've been asked by the neighbors to help clarify some of these issues that they have with this, the way the variance is being written. It's actually, a lot of what I was going to say has already been said, so I don't actually need to redo all of that. But what I want you to understand about the way the zoning code works is that everything is built on layers of other elements of the zoning code. So when we talk about moving the front yard setback 15 feet in, it doesn't just apply to that one particular part of the building, but it applies to all the permitted projections in the front yard. It applies to permitted height projections that are calculated from that. There's a lot of things that snowball based on that decision. So when the Commissioner Fonda Bernardi presented his compromise, basically, he was suggesting that for the first floor and the basement, that they can be pushed 15 feet in without really affecting the walk street, which is fine. Everyone kind of seems to agree with that. That's an acceptable compromise. But what wasn't really talked about at that hearing, it was a little chaotic. I watched the video and everyone was kind of all over their place and talking over each other. But what wasn't talked about was then how is that implemented? And the staff took a stab at it and they came up with the idea that they were going to apply the 15-foot setback for the entire building while putting some conditions on to try to limit the massing of the upper stories. When the more obvious solution, in my opinion, would be to apply the 15-foot setback for only the basement and the first floor, and then reintroduce the 30-foot setback for the remaining building, which was the intent of the commissioner. The reason why that's important is that within that 15-foot now, they can have, I just tonight saw what he was starting to present, and I know it's not a finished project and et cetera, but They can start putting balconies coming out of this building that go out the full 15 feet. They can put, these are permitted projections that are limited in the front yard to like 30 inches. But now that he has 15 feet, he can add anything he wants to the front of the building without having any limitations on that. So the daylight plane is one of them that was the most obvious to me that I was going to bring up, but everyone's brought it up. But the daylight plane is there to allow light to hit the street. So as you start to chew away at that, the light starts to diminish. Now, with a lack of 30-foot setback up at the third floor, he could put a large overhang that normally would not be allowed in the front yard that would either further diminish the daylight plane, because that, again, is not an overhang, an eave, an awning. All of these things are elements that are not considered a part of the main structure that's required by the setback. So you can start putting these other elements in that are going to further diminish. Yes, we're talking about a little corner here, but it actually means a lot more than that, because the variance itself is allowing for that. So if you write it in a different way that says the variance is for the basement and the first story for 15 feet, and the rest of the building must comply with a 30-foot setback, it doesn't open up this whole can of worms. Other elements that could happen is they could start putting air conditioning units, pool equipment within that 15-foot setback, which is meant not to be in the front yard. But suddenly that can go there because the way the variance is being written, it opens up that can of worms. So I just feel like it was a much simpler, easier solution that lets this zoning code work where it's supposed to be working, and then gives the applicant his variance that is required to allow him to build the building he's trying to build. And that was my point.
Great, thank you. We've got at least one question.
I need help with this.
Sure.
My interpretation was that if we grant the 15 feet for the first floor, that establishes the setback for that property, because that's a variance. We've given him a 15-foot setback. And so the footprint on that first floor defines the setback. Why is that not true?
No, the variance is what you allow.
Right.
And it's what's requested.
Right.
So the variance does not have to say that the 15-foot setback is for the entire structure.
No, I understand.
It can be for just the first floor
Right.
and the
No,
basement.
I get that, but why doesn't the footprint on the property define the setback that we've agreed to?
Well,
The first floor is 15 feet from whatever it is.
Yeah.
And doesn't that define the setback for the project?
No, the zoning code is the
So it's a
setback is
variance,
30
we're giving
foot
a variance
for
overriding
the
the
first floor.
I understand. So the first floor doesn't define the setback in your mind?
No, not
All right.
at all. And it doesn't, a variance is what's requested. It is not what is the end result of whatever you guys
I
decide to
understand,
allow.
but if it's requested and we grant it, that establishes the setback.
No, but the request was for the first floor and the basement, and the
Understand.
condition was put in for the first floor and the basement, not the entire structure.
I understand.
All right, I think we've beat this dead horse. Commissioner Landers?
So, did you study the solar issue at all?
I understand the solar issue
Okay.
very much.
So, because I'm sort of trying to get at the light question.
Sure.
Presumably, if there's going to be an elevator, it's going to have to allow for 9 feet. That's the argument that they're
It's
making.
not true, but keep.
Okay, well, I want to hear your thoughts on that, but let's
So-
start with solar. Let's say it's the 8 feet. Let's just say it 8 for the sake of argument, for the sake of this question. Why would we care about solar? Why do we want solar at 5 and not at 8? Why do we care about anything below the 8?
I'm sorry, when you said solar, I thought we were talking about daylight again, sorry.
Well, I mean like.
So that one I know very well.
Okay, I'm
So-
talking about the roof,
Yes,
because to the extent that there's a daylight plane, when you put stuff on the roof, you start to block, you're
Correct.
blocking more light. So I'm trying to understand why we would approve 8 or 9, whatever it is, for the elevator, and then really have to care about 5 for the photovoltaic cells.
So it's a odd choice that the city made, if you ask me. But the intent of the bulkheads and elevator shafts, et cetera, they're limited to a certain amount of square footage, which is another reason why the setback starts to apply to the roof areas. That's what I was starting to refer to, that it actually deals with what gets put on the roof.
Right.
So you're only allowed a certain percentage of the roof for these kinds of elements. You're only allowed a certain percentage for the outdoor activities, for all sorts of different things. They're limited based on the roof area. The solar systems that are needed, and the bigger the better in terms of generating more electricity, are much larger. So if you start allowing them to go up on the roof, suddenly you have basically another story on the
Which
roof.
is why I'm asking the question. Yeah.
Yes, so that's where that's coming from. So when we accept things like the size of the bulkhead and the elevator, that's just what you need, and that's it. And usually when planning is reviewing this kind of thing, they will actually, I just got dinged on another project for it, saying my area was a little too large for what was needed, and they can reduce it. So even though I wasn't maximizing that size, they can force you to reduce it. But an element like the solar basically is going to cover the entire roof. So if you are allowed to raise it 8 to 9 feet off the roof plane, then suddenly you're building essentially.
Got it. And 5 feet is essentially what's needed for a flat or a slightly angled solar panel.
And when you have a roof deck or anything, you're already allowed 42 inches for a guardrail, et cetera. So they kind of, I think that's where they struck that.
Right, but we're writing this though, is my point. So say more about the elevator.
So residential elevators put in many buildings. If you do an 80-inch high elevator, you need 7 feet. If you do a 84-inch high elevator, so you don't need 9 feet. You can do it within 8 feet. It's just a little shorter elevator.
Okay.
What's that?
Hold on, you got to turn your mic on if you're asking questions.
80-inch person, I mean, that's a
You have an 80-inch door, so that's about it.
Yeah.
All right,
Thank you.
folks. All right. Looks like you have a question? Looks like we're finished. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, our last speaker is Diane Simpson.
Good evening. I've spent more than enough of my life here, and I'm really not comfortable about just trying to get through this. Okay, I've come here many times trying to protect the character and integrity of our little walk street. We started with the big displays of how nice it is in the little walk streets in Santa Monica and all that. And years ago, a developer wanted to build a house next door to ours. It was a little house, but back in the 40s, they used to break them up into units. Well, it was converted to a 4-unit. Well, the developer wanted to build a 4-unit. The city insisted he must have a 4-unit. He could not reduce the number of units. So on a 2,700 square foot lot, he built a 4-unit with 3-foot setbacks. Okay, now we come to this one. When did the rules change? I have an architect I check with from time to time. Can I reduce the number of units? He says, no, it is positively not allowed. Okay, now all of a sudden, this was built as a 4-unit, and now all of a sudden he can take it to 2 units. I mean, I always feel like the city is not on our side. You know, it's very frustrating. And there's another thing about percentage of the lot, how much percentage of the lot the building can take. I mean, is it 100%? Seems to be with these new places. Just incidentally, too, the building that they built on the 27 square foot lot is so poorly designed, it's barely habitable. I mean, the stairs are at such an angle to get up to the highest that he could do. I mean, it was, you know. Anyway, there's just no way a regular citizen in this city can keep up with a height limit going from 30 to 40 to 3, reducing to expanding. It feels very unfair.
Thank you very much. Hold on, we have a question for you.
Actually, I wanted to kind of help clarify. I mean, we're confused too. I mean, rules change a lot, particularly from the state. This application was filed in 2016. Since then, state law now requires replacement of any housing units removed. But that was after he submitted his application.
Well, this was done way before this.
Yeah, I can't explain that. It's also in the housing, our housing element, the city's housing element, we require replacement of units. But that's all after 2016 when he submitted this application. So
And it was
so he's
before
not covered by it.
2016. I mean, it's just, and Mr. Metcher was on the planning commission when this came up, so he's very familiar with this. And, you know, this doesn't seem fair either. You seem very familiar with Mr. Metcher.
All right, we're going to cut this off. Thank you very much.
I was
Your
opposing him.
Your time is up. Thank you very much. All right, we're back to the applicant team for 3 minutes.
Just one quick question. Since we only used 5 minutes of our initial presentation, can we have a few additional minutes?
I don't know. Can we do that?
So it's not called for in your rules of order, but you may. I would just require a vote. I mean, your rules of order say 10 minutes in initial presentation and 3 minutes in rebuttal. So technically you can, but it would require a vote.
I move to give them an extra 3 minutes.
Extra 3, so a total of 6 minutes?
Yeah.
I'll make a substitute motion that we do a total of 5 minutes.
Okay.
Well, I guess there's no motion on the table since that has been seconded. All right, is there a second for the 6 minute motion? Seeing none, I'll move for 5 minutes.
Second.
All right,
Voice vote.
let's do a quick voice vote. All in favor of this motion? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, we'll give you 5 minutes.
Thank you, very much appreciated. I will respond quickly and recede the rest of the time to Mr. Metcher. I think the commission understands the issue with the daylight plane. The code requires the daylight plane based on the front yard setback. This variance request sets the front yard setback at 15 feet. And therefore, all calculations, thereafter are based on the new 15-foot setback line. With regard to the issue of the rooftop solar panels, the ARB does have discretion to grant an increase in height. We're not asking for anything the code does not allow for. There was concern that maybe we would expand the roof, the solar to be the entire roof, and it would take up a lot of space. The solar is only going to be in the area that's indicated on the plan. And one overarching comment that I have is that what was originally proposed by this applicant, or what the commission heard in July, was a project that already is developing the site at less than the square foot allowed. What was proposed then had 87% of the allowable developable square footage. Now we're only at 79%. So we're already, significantly decreased in development area of what's allowed by code. And with that, I'm going to turn over to Ralph.
I think we'll be done less than 5 minutes. Most of the points were really covered, just reiterating that, as always, this project has not been designed, to the max allowable square footage. That question was asked about lot coverage. As been indicated, we were at 88%, 79%. If the daylight plane were moved back, we would lose 5 feet of the mezzanine. We would lose, which would count. We would also lose 5 feet of the roof deck area. If the front facade, 5 foot of the 25% of the facade were implied, basically it would take out. We would lose the second floor of the front unit by doing that. That you couldn't get this. All that's there now is the stair and the elevator, a bathroom and a small bedroom. We would have to take a chunk 8 feet wide. We would not really have use of that at that point. And it should be, and we'll reiterate that the variance really is reestablishing the front yard at 15 feet. Our intention is to honor that. We're happy to sit down with the neighbors and talk through issues, because there are issues about where mechanical equipment will go, to talk about where the solar canopy is. So we're more than willing to do that. But we still request your approval as the STOA has set it out today. And also, I just want to reiterate, part of the gap from the February 2021 hearing was having to go through the landmarks process. So it wasn't just sort of continued to look at the design of the project. I think we were told that the commission couldn't approve the project unless the demolition had been resolved, and that took over a year to do. And we did not change the massing at that point, but we did change, update the design. We feel that what was proposed by Commissioner Fonda Bernardi is a reasonable request, and we've shown you tonight that our plan's going to accommodate the conditions of the STOA, except for the elevator. And really, an elevator that's going to be used every day to have a ceiling that's not sort of a standard 8-foot ceiling would be, it's a slight imposition. And it is on the south side of the building, so it's not going to affect views there. It's not going to affect sun or solar at any point, but it is a small accommodation we request. Again, we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you. Let's go with Commissioner Tolkien.
Ralph, what's the floor-to-floor height on the third floor?
On it's roughly 9.3 is for the floor. And then the third floor to the roof is 17.4. That includes so there's a mezzanine. That's 8-foot ceiling, mezzanine, 8-foot ceiling.
Can you reduce that height and take care of the
solar plane?
The setback?
The step back plane? Not really, not anymore. No. It would, not with the levels that we have. 9'3" floor to floor means the ceilings, even on the other floors, are going to be, 8.5 feet maybe. This is not, 12-foot ceilings or anything like that we're asking for.
All right. Geez, I went with Commissioner Lambert first last time. I did, so Commissioner Lambert.
You're good. I want to know, the blue area is not on the table. I mean, I don't even remember they're asking for it. It's certainly not on my table. I have a hard time understanding the impact on the third floor of counting the daylight plane from 30 feet. Because it looks like it's just a corner of the building.
Well, it's the top, so it would be 5 feet of the mezzanine area.
Tell me what the mezzanine is.
Well, can we put the other plans back on? Okay, so it's the plans on the plans on the right. So this is the roof level. It would, on the left of the building, it would be 5 feet in, so of the roof, and also at this level, which is the mezzanine level. Third floor is here. There's a mezzanine. If I go back to the section.
How much square footage do you think that would add up?
That's about 50 feet.
50 feet?
On the mezzanine level, it's 100 plus, it's at least double that of roof deck area.
100 feet on the roof?
110 feet on the roof deck.
And what would be there if that didn't happen?
I'm sorry?
What would be in that space if that didn't happen?
You mean if you impose?
If you could keep the space on the roof, what would be there?
Well, let's go back to the plan. Here's the roof
Is
plan.
that the part of the solar system?
No, the solar, the dotted area, this doesn't work with you. The dotted area is the trellis, is where the trellis members are, and that's just the area of the solar panels, is just right there. It's not the entire roof. This is the 5 feet we're talking about, is right here. So it would push all of this in 5 feet if we lost that. But on this level, which is the, where's my dagger? But it would be this, we would lose 5 feet of we would lose all of this. We would lose 5 feet of it here. So portion of it is at the mezzanine level, and a portion of it is the 2-story space
So that's like a
Here.
closet. I mean,
I'm sorry?
you would lose 50 feet on the 3rd floor, right?
on the mezzanine level. Yeah. You know,
Okay, thank you.
Hold on, sorry if I can interject. You're saying 50 square feet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
but again, we're at less than 80% of allowable buildable.
I understand where I understand where you are, but I want to say that back in February of '21, I was, as you know, 6 of 7 commissioners were leaning toward not seeing their way to a variance, right? Like, we were not leaning toward a variance, and I think Mario's solution was meant to sort of preserve the ground floor. My question is, so 9-foot elevator versus 9-foot extrusion versus 8-foot extrusion, can you have a smaller elevator?
The other, yes.
Shorter elevator, if I'm going to
No,
be more specific.
Well, this is all about the height inside the elevator.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, you can have it, Hobbit height.
I'm not looking for a dumbwaiter. Don't worry, I'm not
But
looking
you
for
and
a
I
dumbwaiter.
might be able to.
Right, exactly. I don't mean an elevator for me. I mean an elevator for, someone who's a little bit taller than that, but
They can make it.
what is the calculation that leads you to ask for 9 feet as opposed to 8?
To have an 8-foot cab height, which is sort of
Yeah.
standard, and then a
Okay.
foot, they need 1 foot of clear space for mechanics and the like, and then we would have to have a very thin roof above.
So you want a 96, right, but an 8-foot cab height is 10 inches taller than any living human, I think, and there are only a handful of people who are 7'2".
Well, you travel and the like, I mean, elevators are generally anywhere from 8, generally, occasionally there are some that are shorter, but they're
Generally 8 feet.
they're
Okay.
8 or taller, right?
Can I ask just a quick follow-up question on that?
Yeah.
Do you know if elevator cab heights are subject to the building code ceiling requirements?
It would be, and so probably 7, I'm gonna guess 7'6" would be the height that would be the minimum.
Got it, okay.
Okay. All right, I think I'm done.
All right, Commissioner Hamilton?
So what is the square footage of the mezzanine floor on the right?
Well,
You have
that's
a
not the
section-
mezzanine, so the mezzanine is,
I
I'm
mean,
sorry,
I guess
this is the mezzanine level.
that's the roof, right?
This is the mezzanine.
Okay. What about the roof? Sorry, that's what I meant.
Here's
to
the
ask.
roof.
So you would lose about.
You would lose roughly 35, well, the building, is roughly 35 times 5 here. The pool would be 5 feet shorter. You would lose 5 feet of the roof deck here.
Okay, so the square footage would go from what to what?
The roof deck square footage isn't counted as part of the building square footage,
I'm just curious.
but you'd lose roughly 150 square feet of roof deck.
Okay.
And, if you're talking about, well, I don't know, it's not a solar issue. I mean, the sun isn't at a 45-degree angle. I mean, it is twice a day maybe, as it's going up and down, but, this is set back enough. I don't think there's any kind of impact on pedestrians going up to go to the stairs and the like. If anything, it'll shade the outdoor space at the second level.
Okay. So just roughly a loss of about 100 square feet if we were to accept the light plane starting at the 30-foot setback.
There's a 50-foot interior square footage loss and 150 exterior.
Okay, so 50 square feet and 100 square feet. Okay.
All right, Commissioner Tolkien, did you have another question?
Yeah, do you have a section through here?
Yeah.
East-west? East-west?
Here's the section, the long way. So the lower, here's the lower section. This is the stair here and the walkway. This is where the first floor would end. This is where it steps back. So that daylight plane would sort of cut right through here. So you'd lose at the mezzanine level and at the roof level.
The other direction.
I don't have that one on this, in this set of drawings. I have it previously.
I'm trying to understand the mezzanine and how it relates.
Right, I understand. Well, I have it, but to pass around, if you want to see it, I can bring it up for you.
All right, is that all your questions? Let's put a pin in that. I think that's all our questions for now. Thank you very much for taking the time with this, and we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing, though I understand Commissioner Landers has a question for Ross or someone else?
Yeah, so what I'm trying to get at is this issue that was brought up in public comment about extrusions, right? Balconies, things like that. Here's where I'm trying to go, right? A simple move would be to simply say, no, the daylight plane has got to be at the 30 feet, full stop, done, whatever. But it strikes me that the concern of the neighbors is about what's happening with the sort of sun hitting the walkway there. Is there a way to write this so that they keep the mezzanine spot, they can keep the mezzanine, but they can't extend outward under any circumstances. No balconies, no nothing. That is where it stops, 30 feet, nothing beyond that. And then, yeah, they lose a little bit of roof deck, but the mezzanine, the living space in there is not lost. Is there a way to write a condition that would get to that outcome?
You can write a condition that no projections off of the front facade are permitted, right? So that means like the front facade is what's facing Arcadia Terrace. So this is the side facade. So anything to the left of the purple line, you could say no balconies or other projections are allowed to extend off of the front facade of the third floor, second floor.
So we keep the notion of you sort of keep the notion of the 30-foot setback basis in terms of preventing the extrusions.
Sure.
You lose a little bit of roof deck, but the mezzanine, the interior living space, does not have to be removed.
Yeah, you could definitely base front yard projections off of the 30-foot, even though that's not where the front yard is.
Right.
And then when you talk about the mezzanine, so then you're kind of saying don't apply the daylight plane, but.
No, because my understanding, unless I'm misunderstanding the applicant is claiming that that moving the daylight plane, when you presented it, right, we were looking at it, we were going, oh, okay, it's just it's a little corner of the roof. And when the applicant came back and said, no, it's not just the roof, it would actually hit the interior living space.
Yes.
And I'm asking, is there a way to split that difference to say, yeah, you're going to lose a little roof deck, but fundamentally your mezzanine can.
I guess you could say pull the roof deck in 5 feet from the front facade. So it keeps the volume of the interior space, but the roof deck is pulled in to where the daylight plane would have
been.
I mean.
Okay, I haven't decided, but I'm just wondering if there's a way to write it that way, and then no balconies, no projections off no projections.
You could do the because the architect that spoke for the neighbor, is correct. If the front yard setback is truly now at 15 feet, there are allowed projections because there's no setback there anymore. So you could definitely limit the projections that are off of the front facade You could limit them to how much they would have been allowed if the 30-foot was there, or you could just completely prohibit them. I guess either is at the discretion of the commission.
Got it. Okay, that's super helpful. And is staff comfortable with moving to 9 feet for the elevator? I mean,
Yeah,
what was the basis for 8 as opposed to 9?
Honestly, it was
Mario.
Mario just threw it out there, so we just listened. I mean, he said that it was doable, and it sounds like from other architects, it is doable, but you're just gonna get a shorter interior cab. It's doable,
I
but
don't mind.
works for
I'm
me.
a short guy. So is Mario, for the record,
So
right?
it's doable, but it sounds
Okay.
like, yeah.
Okay.
Only a loss of 4 inches.
All
It's
right,
only- Right.
Yeah.
all right. Commissioner Lambert.
I think we have to remember, the elevator shaft is at the very rear of the building on the alley. I mean, it's not even probably visible from the walk street. So whether it's 7 feet, 8 feet, or 9 feet, I don't really care. I have a question of staff, because I'm still kind of confused about this. If we grant the variance or overturn the appeal, or grant the appeal, does that not, and this is not a judgment or how I'm going to go with it, does that not then establish for this property a 15-foot front yard setback? You're not staff.
This is a decision that this commission can make, how they want to review this variance. This is a variance, and so
No, I understand, but if we grant the variance and establish the front yard setback for this project at 15 feet, does that not define the front yard setback for this project?
But we're defining the variance. So
Ultimately-
whatever we
Hold
say
on.
the variance is the
Hold on,
variance.
let's.
Oh, so we can say we're letting you go 15 feet, but it really is 30 feet.
You could essentially establish 2 front yard setbacks for, one for a portion of the building, and then a different dimension for the higher levels. Staff originally wrote it as just the one, because we felt
Right,
like that was the
right, right.
cleaner way to go, to not have 2 front yard setbacks, but it's within the discretion of the commission to do that essentially.
It just seems logically, and maybe I'm wrong, is that whatever's on, whatever's on the ground and wherever it is in terms of the front yard, that would define a setback.
That
That's
is
my opinion. I mean,
typically how setbacks are, there typically is only 1 front yard setback.
Yeah.
Typically.
thank you. I apologize. I spoke too generally. What Ross just said is correct. We would not there's 1 front yard setback.
Right.
So we are going to establish that. If this commission believes there's some additional changes as a condition of approving that variance that would address the upper floor, this area that we're focused on, that's within your purview, but there are not 2 front yard we're not establishing a
Right.
front yard setback for different stories.
There's one is 15 feet, but we could still do a daylight plane at 30 feet. That's our prerogative.
Yeah.
But I like Sean's idea of not cutting out the living space.
So just pulling in the roof deck.
Yeah, exactly.
portion, or whatever's above the 3rd floor height.
Well, hold on, just to be perfectly clear on this. So if I'm understanding this correctly, the way that condition 1 is written now would set the front yard setback for the purposes of, all the measurements in chapter 9 of the zoning code at 15 feet. And we'd have additional requirements for where the second, third stories would be located.
Correct.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Do we have any other questions for Ross while he's up here? Commissioner Landers?
No, I would like to make a motion so that we can get discussion going and get out of here.
Thank you, Ross.
Ross.
All right. Go ahead.
All right, I'm gonna give it a shot.
Hold on a second. Can I give you perhaps a cheat sheet while you're making a motion for all the required parts of it?
Well, I want to get to the STOA, because I think we've got to get the STOA right, and then we can start working our way through, because I think we've got to get consensus on the conditions. So let me try that as a straw motion, and then we can come back and then run it. Is that all right?
Sure, go for it.
Okay,
I
so,
think, I think also you'd want to make sure that you're good with the findings as well, just to clarify as well. Findings and conditions.
right. I mean, as a preface to the motion, what I will say, I was leaning, I was
I was having a hard time with this, like my colleagues. And so my listening to the meeting in July and thinking about my own approach to this and thinking about the way that we've handled other situations where we wish things might be different policy-wise, one way or another, but they aren't, is to try to grant the minimum variance needed to make this thing work and not more than that. So that's the basis for my straw motion, which is we put the setback, it is the staff report, but we say no extrusions of any kind into the 30-foot daylight plane. And we require a further, is it a 5-foot or 45, or a daylight plan consistent kind of pulling back of that balcony at the top. And we let them have their 9 feet of elevator, and we remove we don't give ARB flexibility on the solar.
So you retain the third floor square footage?
We retain the third floor square footage. We retain the interior square footage, and we pull back the balcony. We cap the solar at 5 feet, so no need for ARB to play with it, and no extrusions of any kind from the third floor or the second floor into that space. That would be my motion. I don't know.
Well,
Is there a
hold on.
second?
Okay, I understood,
with it,
but
yeah.
let's see where folks land on all those things. Commissioner Hamilton, go ahead.
Yeah, my feeling is that when I listened to that discussion at the last meeting, it really was focused on the first floor and how the first floor needed to be, how the variance really affected the first floor only. It seemed like there was, Commissioner Fondo Bernardi did reference the 30-foot setback a couple times in relation to the second and the third floor. So I still think that's a consideration that we need to take. And then the staff also made, at the very end, as we were wrapping up, a kind of a catch-all statement saying, hey, there's a lot of details here that we're going to need to work through. And this is a complicated, new process we're embarking on, and we need to take some time to really think through the implications of this. And so, I think that, in the terms of the do no harm, I do think that the daylight plane at the 30-foot setback still makes a lot of sense. We are granting a very significant waiver on the first floor, and I think that is a concession and it was a compromise. But in Commissioner Landris's point of view, that really should be the extent of our variance. In that, and I would say that from what this looks like, I don't want to get into the conversation of whether the interior space needs to stay the same or not. I think that's an architectural, structural engineering question. But I would be happy to have a very, simple compromise to allow for the 15-foot setback variance, but to respect the original daylight plane that was established with the 30-foot setback. So I feel like that's continuing in the spirit of compromise, which is what got us here in the first place.
Sam?
Commissioner Tolkien.
Why don't we just say that at the garage level, we give a variance for the 15 feet. At upper floors, it's 30 feet. That's it. Simple.
Well, I don't have any problem with 5 feet off the roof, as Sean, I think Sean has a great compromise, actually. I would not support the daylight plane cutting through the third floor.
Does it really?
Yes, it does. It's like 100 feet.
They're claiming it does.
I mean, it's already not built to full capacity on the lot, and I don't want to take away any more living area.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's, I think that's part of the job of the architect, is to figure out how to build within that envelope. And so I'm comfortable with, our purview is really what happens on the outside of this building. And to me, it seems like a reasonable compromise.
Sean's compromise?
No, his.
Hold on, Commissioner Landers, go ahead.
Okay, I can't support that.
I'm trying to get to I'm trying to get to two things. I'm trying to get to 4 votes, and I'm trying to get this off of our plate, off of the city council's plate, and onto coastal. So my fear, I will be candid, my fear is that if we chop this building down further, then the applicant has an incentive to appeal it further to try to get more out of the project. If we can give them the living space and they'll take the balcony cut and no extrusions, maybe, just maybe, they will live with it, and maybe, just maybe, because we protected the daylight plane, the neighbors will live with it. That's what I'm trying to get to.
Why don't we just vote
but-
on, why don't we
yeah.
vote on what you
Let's take a,
Straw vote.
we
It's a straw
haven't, we
vote.
haven't articulated a full motion. Let's take a straw vote on, Sean, your proposal.
You want me to
Does everybody-
restate it
does everybody
simply?
understand Sean's proposal?
I will restate it simply. The setback is 15 feet for the sake of the project. We say no extrusions of any kind up to the third floor, the 30 feet into the no extrusions into the daylight plane. Sorry, no extrusions beyond not into the daylight plane. No extrusions beyond the 30 feet on the, what is that, the third floor or higher? Second and third and, right, there. And then we follow the daylight plane to chop down the roof deck a little bit. And they get the 9 feet for their tall elevator.
Okay, does everybody understand that?
And 5 feet max for the solar. That was the other.
I just want to say, this is all about compromise. You guys understand that, right? Okay.
Hold on, the public hearing is closed.
Questions about, to help staff to understand, there's a couple things that haven't been talked about. I just want to get clarity.
And I'm sorry, we can't reopen the public hearing at this point. Well, I guess we could. Let's take the straw vote on this point first.
Let's start here, yeah.
Okay. Roxanne, could you help us with a straw vote here?
Okay, if you're aware of what, so it's
I think
from
we're all-
Commissioner Landris.
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert,
Yes.
Commissioner Landris.
Yes.
Vice Chair Raskin,
Yes.
Commissioner Tulkin.
Yes.
All right.
I don't know if we have a compromise, but
I don't understand why it would be a problem to knock 5 feet off the width of the roof. I mean, it's hard to imagine what you would be doing in those 5 feet. And we're leaving the third floor alone.
All right, since the public hearing is closed, Ross, can I just confirm with you that there are no staff concerns with this proposal here?
Yeah, I mean, staff's understanding is there's no projections off of the third floor into where the 30-foot would have been. The massing of the third floor can stay as is because we're essentially we're still keeping the front yard setback at 15 feet. So all of the upper story step backs that require modulation wouldn't really come into play because you're saying the third floor should stay at the current size. So there are upper story step backs, but those are measured from the front yard. So the front yard's 15. And the daylight plane, sorry, I didn't hear where you fell on that. I think it was just, it doesn't need to impact the interior, but maybe pull in the roof deck 5
well, I
feet
said
and
pull in the roof deck consistent with the daylight
Sure,
plane.
sure,
right?
wherever the 45 would have
Wherever the
hit, yeah.
45 takes you, that's where you pull
So
it in.
basically at the top of the third floor's roof plate, pull it in to where the daylight plane would have hit.
Correct.
Is what I'm kind of hearing.
Yes.
And then the elevator can have 9 feet, and ARB does not have the discretion to allow for higher than 5 feet for the solar.
Right.
Sorry, forgive me. Where did we land on the elevator?
9 feet.
Okay,
They
9
get
feet,
the 9
okay.
feet. Perhaps the solution to this without reopening the public hearing would be for us to take, like, we've done this in the past. We can take a 3-minute recess. Anybody wants to have any conversations with staff, they can. And if staff wants to raise any issues with us, they can.
I don't know, that,
We've done it in the past on complicated deals.
I don't think that's kosher, my
Okay.
friend.
All right. We did it on Vicente Terrace.
One thing I would request is staff has time to write these conditions up so then you can see them. So maybe a break, assuming this gets passed.
Please don't make us come back next time.
Yeah,
Well, that's up to you.
let's take a short break. Folks, I will remind you all that we can't have ex parte communications
Correct.
at this point.
We
and We're not
cannot.
supposed to be getting new evidence.
Correct.
Let's please be mindful of our duties.
We'll stay here.
Great,
just stay
okay,
here.
let's take a short 5-minute break and reconvene at 10:17 PM.
Might be a couple more minutes than 5 minutes. We just gotta type it all up so you can see it. I know what Mark thinks about it. I'm pretty sure I know what he
All right, folks, we're going to get going again. Ross, would you like to walk us through a few revisions?
Yeah, so these are kind of the original 7 first conditions, or the conditions that were project specific. So I'm going to walk you through the revisions we made to them and to confirm that they are capturing the direction that you provided right before the break. So the first condition has largely stayed the same. It is establishing the front setback at 15 feet, but pulling in the second and third floor an additional 15 feet to kind of get to the 30-foot where it would have been. However, it is saying that all other modulation standards, such as the daylight plane, front yard, upper story step backs, are measured from the 15 feet, because you have said that you do not want to alter any more of the interior space of the third floor or any of the upper floors. It would be measured from the 15 feet, so it does not impact any more of the massing of the second and third floor. So the one reference we made in there was just to capture that the red text is the daylight plane, to make sure that we are going to be measuring that from the 15 feet. Number 2 is new. It says no projection shall be permitted on the front elevation above the second floor. So that was Commissioner Landris saying that should be no projections of any sort on that elevation at all. The new third condition is the proposed roof deck located above the third floor shall be set back, and I'll clarify something, shall be set back 5 feet from the third floor's front facade. The reason why staff is recommending 5 feet is because we do not know exactly where the daylight plane is gonna hit. We feel like it's just cleaner to give a dimension of how much you wanna pull it in. If you would like it more than 5 feet, it can be 5 feet. We kind of think the daylight plane would have hit about 5 feet in, but that is a number that can be changed if you want. But we do recommend just going with a dimension just for implementation purposes. The original third condition is just changing to number 4. The new number 5 is changing the 8 feet height projection limitation of the stairwell and elevator to 9. So it's just a number change. And the only other change is the last one to the solar, the solar, basically not allowing the applicant to seek approval from ARB to exceed the 5-foot height limit. Yes.
Just for clarity, if we go back up to, thank you, Ross, first of all. If we go back up, shouldn't it be no projection shall be permitted on the front elevation at or above the second floor? Because we're only giving the.
So, yeah, you can if you want. So like essentially once the second floor begins.
That's what we're saying.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, that's what we
So I'm gonna change, do you want me to just change it above the first floor then?
That's fine, yeah. Because that's consistent with all portions of the structure above the first story.
Question, oh, sorry. I didn't mean to
No,
interrupt
I'm
you.
being consistent. We're saying the first floor, the impact of this is that the ground floor and the first floor are getting that full out to the 15 feet setback. Everything above it has got to be pulled back consistent with the step back, the additional 15-foot step.
That is how I read that, but I do want to clarify one thing, that if we change it to first floor, so I believe the proposal and one of the conditions that Commissioner Fonda Bernardi suggested that said, any new upper story outdoor space that was created by pulling in that second floor just had to have an open guardrail. Would you consider that new roof deck above the first floor a projection, or are you okay with allowing that?
No, we're saying there is that roof deck, but it's.
Yeah, I'm just making sure that you aren't assuming that that is captured in the prohibition on projections.
The roof deck, that second floor deck can't go beyond the first floor.
Yeah, can you change to this computer screen?
I'm confused.
I'm gonna just show you a visual
Yeah.
real quick. So this area of the second floor is being reduced back to the
Correct.
30-foot line.
No, that's not a projection. It's sitting on top of the
Sure.
roof of the.
There is, yeah, I just want to make sure you know that there, I believe, is proposed now a roof deck.
Correct.
Right here. I just want to make sure that you're not assuming that that is captured in the prohibition on projections.
Correct. Correct.
Just making sure that that's clear.
If you feel like you need to make it explicit, that's fine.
I don't think we do, but I just wanted to make sure. Because I wouldn't have called that a projection,
I don't think it's a
frankly,
projection.
so I think it's fine.
Okay.
But I just wanted to bring the clarification to us. And I guess you were asking the question, sorry.
No, I think that's fine. My question for you about the 5-foot limit on the third floor's front facade is, the front facade is set at a maximum of
It would be at 30
30
feet.
feet, right? So it's going to be,
It could,
right?
I guess it could be set back further.
No, I'm not asking for it to
So,
be set
yeah.
back there. You're doing the calculation, so we're putting it in relation to the third floor's front facade.
I guess.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, if the applicant elected to pull the third floor back, so let's say there was a 5-foot gap between where the 30-foot would have been and the front facade, is that an allowed area, or you're just saying front facade, period? How it's written is just the front facade. Okay.
5 feet from the front facade, yeah.
Okay, do you have any other further questions about the revised conditions, Commissioner Tolkien?
Should we add no projections into the plane?
We have it. No
Daylight
projections. It's,
Just add it with your 5-foot or no projections into the daylight plane.
it's no projections shall be permitted on the front elevation above the first floor,
Okay.
period.
If I'm understanding what you're asking for, you're saying no projections on the roof deck into the daylight plane?
And he's taking 5 feet off. We don't know exactly where that plane is. So I'm saying no projections into the daylight plane as well as the 5-foot.
Well, we're being told it's very close. I mean, I guess we could run the math really quick. I for one would prefer just to stick with the 5 feet.
I would just go with the 5 feet.
I mean, my feeling is the language there is the compromise that allows the interior space on the mezzanine floor to stay intact. So I like the way it's worded, because if we start talking about it going back to the daylight plane, then we get right back into the conversation about the interior space. So I agree with the language that we just are simply gonna disregard the daylight plane. We're gonna have it and how we craft this, but we're gonna have a compromise here where there's no protrusions, and we're gonna just bring the deck back. And then that's gonna basically get us to the same place as the daylight plane without, yes. Just wanna make sure that makes sense.
The geometry of it, as I understand it, is that once we've said there's no projections above the first floor, there's no way to have anything in the daylight plane to begin with. The only place where we hit the daylight plane is that 5 foot, and we're setting it at 5 feet, and if it's in the daylight plane by an inch, I don't think,
I understand that.
yeah, I would love to say it doesn't hit the daylight plane, but I think they can plan better with 5 feet. You want to make it 7 feet? I mean, okay.
Okay, let's leave it. Okay, I think we've negotiated this far enough. All right.
It's just,
Just to be perfectly clear, before we go on towards making motions, my understanding is that this variance would grant relief from the setback requirements and establish one front yard setback of 15 feet. And we have additional conditions of approval that's set, well, it doesn't create a new setback, but it essentially creates new distance requirements for the upper level floors, including the roof deck. That's correct? Okay.
I would say it alters certain features, right? So your conditions of approval are with respect to certain features, but you are correct that conceptually the idea is that there is one setback. Development standards are based on that setback. However, you are placing conditions on certain development features, such as the projections in the proposed roof deck.
Got it. Okay.
One quick extra thing we just added in just to make it extra clear is on the projections, we included no projections except for required guardrails, just to make it clear that that upper story outdoor space wouldn't be considered a projection, nor would the guardrails that would be required for that upper story outdoor space, just to cover ourselves.
Transparent guardrails.
Exactly. Yes,
Let's
and that
say
is
the
covered.
required transparent
Okay.
guardrails.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, for the sake of moving this along, it looks like we've got a meeting of the minds, at least among the five of us, as to these revised conditions. So for the sake of a vote, I'll make a motion. First, that we adopt a finding determining that the proposed project is categorically exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to Section 15303 of the guidelines. That's Category 3 exemption. As set forth in the findings that we have before us tonight, that is the alternative CEQA findings, that we approve development review permit 16 ENT-0112, that we approve variance 16 ENT-0113, that we approve vesting tentative parcel map 16 ENT-0114, that we approve major modification 21 ENT-0022, and that we adopt the statement of official action as revised here tonight, and that we adopt the findings that this project is eligible for the aforementioned entitlements based on the findings set forth in our materials.
Pending the look on staff, pending the staff discussion, I'll second.
Apologies. Given the technical changes in how the public is viewing this at home, usually the public can see these screens. However, I believe the way that, so just to be safe, if staff could just quickly read the changes into the record, just to be clear on what the changes are, because again, they aren't usually going to be shown as clearly as they normally would.
Okay.
Apologies for creating a longer, yet a longer.
I'm still seconding the motion.
Right, we just want to make it clear that everybody's on the same page.
Understood. Based on the recommendations from the city attorney's office, let's get your reading voice on.
So I'm just going to read the whole thing. Okay. So specific project condition number 1 would be read, the approved variance consists of a reduced front setback of 15 feet. All portions of the structure above the first story and at the height elevations as shown on the plans shall be stepped back an additional 15 feet from the approved 15-foot front setback. All other standards, including but not limited to the additional step backs at upper stories, for example, SMC section 9.08.030B2 and 4 and 9.08.030E2 shall be based on the approved 15-foot front setback. Any new upper story outdoor space created by the second story being stepped back an additional 15 feet shall be required to have a visually transparent open guardrail. Prior to Architecture Review Board review, the plans shall be revised according to this condition reflecting the approved variance. The new second condition would be no projections except for required visually transparent open guardrails shall be permitted on the front elevation above the first floor. New condition number 3 shall be the proposed roof deck located above the third floor shall be set back 5 feet from the third floor's front facade. Condition number 4 remains the same, so that's going to remain the same. So condition number 5 will be revised to say the stairwell and elevator height projections above the roof line shall be limited to 9 feet. And the new condition number 8 will be revised to say prior to building permit issuance, the proposed project shall demonstrate compliance with the 5-foot height limitation above the roof surface for photovoltaic solar energy systems, and the proposed project shall not seek additional height from the Architecture Review Board pursuant to SMMC section 9.21.150B5.
Great, thank you very much. All right, we've got a motion on the floor and a second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, let's proceed to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert.
Yes.
Commissioner Landris.
Yes.
Vice Chair Raskin.
Yes.
Commissioner Tolkien.
Yes.
Great. That concludes agenda item 9A. Thank you, everyone, for participating in this process. All right, moving on. We have no staff administrative items, no further public hearings, no resolutions. We've received a few written communications. One was the communication regarding LGBTQ services and the housing proposal for the Civic Auditorium. The other was an Attorney General opinion shared by Commissioner Lambert, and I hope my colleagues have reviewed those. We can't discuss them, so we'll proceed. For Planning Commission discussion items, I just want to take a quick moment to recognize that this is, I think, the final meeting with our acting planning manager, Roxanne, here at the helm. It's really been a pleasure to have you with us these last few months, and sure glad you're not going anywhere. But really, thank you for guiding us through some really challenging issues over the last few months, and thank you for being here with us.
It's been fun as always.
No, thank you.
Great. And does anyone else want to bring up any final discussion items or say anything else?
We're never going to see this project again, right?
Great. With that, we're adjourned at 10:46 p.m.